Sir, am I audible?
Yes,
Okay, sir.
yes, you can start. You are not visible.
Yes, sir. So, can we start?
Yes, proceed.
Okay, sir. So, greetings everyone. I, Sanskriti Gupta, welcome you all to the International Conference on Creativity, Innovation and Artificial Intelligence for Global Sustainability 2026. This conference is organized by the Center for Development for Intellectual Property and Research and the Naovina Development of Intellectual Property and Research Foundation in collaboration with the United Nations Industrial Development Organization and the Global Entrepreneurship Network. The Center for Development of Intellectual Property and Research is a premier institution established as India's first non-governmental research organization dedicated to intellectual property rights. Next, I honor to welcome a panel judge for the day, Mr. Dipendu Das, sir. Sir is the director for the Center for Development of Intellectual Property and Research. He is a distinguished figure renowned for his multifaceted contributions to academia, public policy, legal research, and literature. He is a founding co-convener of the India Center for Child Rights, and under his guidance, the Center for Academia Research and Excellence was established in September 2023. With a rich background in research and public policy, Mr. Das has established himself as a prominent figure in both national and international sector. Moving on to the presentation guidelines, all the presenters are requested to note that they will be given a total of 6 minutes, out of which 5 minutes will be for the presentation and 1 minute will be reserved for the question and answers. Presenters are requested to make note during their presentation to keep track of the time. Please make sure that your microphones and cameras are working well and welcoming you all to the event today. I now invite the first presenter, Sybil Ikpa from the Washington University of Science and Technology.
Thank you, everyone. I think it's good morning your time and it's good evening my time. My name is Sybil Ekpa, and today I'll be talking about the critical intersection of artificial intelligence and space exploration through a legal lens. This presentation is based on legislative analysis and how sophisticated AI is in transforming space discovery from a tool into an autonomous partner. And I will be talking about how the current intellectual property framework designed for human authors within sovereign borders are failing to keep pace with this new frontier. Also, I'll be focusing on the crisis of eligibility in the US, the conflict with international space treaties, and urgent need for policy reforms to ensure sustainable economic progress. So the core of the problem lies in the specific text of the US statutes. The Patent Act uses pronouns like himself and terms like individual, which effectively bars machine from holding rights. This theoretical issue became concrete law in Tiller versus Vidal. The court rejected the AI Davos as an inventor, not because the invention lacked novelty, but purely because the creator wasn't human. This created a profound policy failure. If human didn't conceive it and AI can't own it, the invention is unprotected. This this caused crisis of eligibility, and it threatens to stall the progress as companies may hesitate to invest billions in AI system if they cannot secure the right to what those systems may create. When we talk about the challenges in the space global governance, this These are real legal issues that magnify in space. We cannot just joystick a rover in on Mars in real time. AI must actually be autonomous. Consider a private mining operation. If their AI discovers a new material, they currently cannot patent it. This, this actually creates a massive commercial risk. Furthermore, there's also a clash between international space law and the Outer Space Treaty, which declares that space is a province for all mankind, meaning everything in space belongs to all mankind. Attempting to patent resources discovered by machines in the global commons creates a geopolitical friction. Globally, we are seeing a fragmented landscape. While this US, while the US rejects AI patents, other jurisdiction might not, leading to a wild west um, environment that undermines the cooperative spirit essential for a safe space operation. So, what are the policy recommendations? To resolve this impasse, we propose a multi layered approach, meaning, like domestically, Congress should create a unique right for AI inventions. This should be distinct from standard patents, perhaps with maybe a short terms to reward the investment of AI without distorting the definition of human inventions. Internationally, we need we need a specific protocol attached to the outer space treaties. These documents must clarify who owns what when a machine invents something in orbit. In the interim, federal agencies should use sandbox to allow policies to evolve alongside technology, ensuring we don't stifle innovation with rigid, outdated laws, which is all intertwined with a lot of things that are not important. AI needs to be an autonomous body. So, in conclusion, we are attempting to govern the 21st century technology with 20th century's laws, which should not be the case. The current legal vacuum threatens to swallow innovation. We need to become a true spacefaring civilization because the world is moving fast and space is moving fast. We ought to move as it's moving. We cannot afford to wait for courts to interpret outdated statutes. We need legislative leadership and international diplomacy. By modernizing our IP framework, we can ensure that the future of space exploration is fair, predictable, prosperous, and it's in use for all of mankind. That will be the end of my presentation, and thank you for having me.
Okay, participant, what are the model countries policy you had looked into?
At the moment, the United States has one of the best policy models, and I think it should also be. And I think China and India also have good policies, and I think those countries should actually like come together to get like good policies.
Okay, you had also suggested regarding there should be a separate department managing the IP and along with the AI legislations.
Mhm.
So, is there any country currently working with the departmental AI?
At the moment, not that I know of, but that would be something we should research on. I know the US is uh, the US is actually more forward thinking and they're actually trying to do that, but I don't think there's any concrete or separate body that actually handles that.
Okay, now I'm giving you some suggestions for your paper.
Okay.
You should look into the recent policy framework on the global landscape. There are three, four organizations you can look into those who are working into the AI policy segment.
Okay.
first organization you can look into United Nations Internet Governance Forum, and the second organizations who are working on the AI is specifically United Nations. There's a committee on recent AI development. You can look into and search into the web. You'll be getting into. So try to incorporate all the recommendations which is formed by the committee, along with that there is recent in 2025 July, the Indian Ministry of Niti Ayogya has issued a detailed guides on the uses of the AI. That's a artificial intelligence guide handbook that also you can look into for the Indian perspective. So
Okay.
try to incorporate all this into your research.
Okay. Thank you.
All
Thank
right, thank you. We
you.
can move with the next participant.
Bye.
Okay, moving with the next participant of the conference today, Abhinav Kumar from Dharmashastra National Law University, Jabalpur.
A very good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible and visible.
Yes, participant, you are
Yes,
audible
you are
and
audible and
visible.
visible too.
Yes, thank you. I'll just share the screen. Uh,
Participant, kindly be fast. Your screen is not visible.
I'm just sharing it, sir. Yes. Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, it's visible. Your browser is visible.
I'm trying to share my PPT as well, but it doesn't shows. I'm just trying again. I'm so sorry for this. Um,
All the participants, kindly make sure your PPT or screen is loaded before the presentation, irrespective of the slot.
share screen. I'm unable to share the entire screen, sir. That's the issue. I'm just able to share the Chrome tab and Windows. It is not showing the entire screen. I'm just so sorry. I'm trying again.
If you are having issue, we can move with the next and then we can call you.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Yeah. Host, we can move with the next.
Okay, sir. So moving to the next participant, Lavanya Mukashi from Symbiosis Law School, Pune.
Hello, am
Yes.
I audible and visible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You can start.
Okay. Good morning to all the fellow panelists, my participants, and all the viewers. My name is Lavanya Mukashi, and I'll be presenting my article titled Algorithmic Justice in International Arbitration. So, as AI increasingly enters the legal decision making process, the question is no longer whether AI can assist dispute resolution. The deeper the deeper question is whether justice remains intelligible and accountable when reasoning itself becomes automated. So, international arbitration and arbitration generally also has been valued for three defining features: neutrality, global enforceability, and procedural flexibility. In terms of international arbitration specifically, it can be enforced under the New York Convention, most notably. Today, arbitration is undergoing a subtle but significant transformation. AI tools are now being used for document review, legal research, predictive analytics, procedural management, and even decision support. In fact, even for translation. in the Singapore International Arbitration Center, which is one of the leading houses in the world, there have been around 750,000 documents which were processed just by the use of generative AI in the span of 4 weeks. And this leads to my central research question: can international arbitration maintain fairness and legitimacy in an AI assisted era? My position is that while arbitration has embraced technological efficiency, its legal and ethical architecture remains largely unprepared for AI's procedural consequences. This question now matters for three reasons. Firstly, AI adoption and arbitration is largely unregulated and often undisclosed as well. Secondly, arbitral legitimacy does not stem only from outcomes but from procedural fairness and reasoned decision making. Thirdly, arbitration operates in a private and confidential space, meaning algorithmic influence may never be visible to parties or even reviewing courts. In this context, efficiency without transparency risks quietly weakening in the arbitral process itself. Coming to the central argument of my article, AI introduces probabilistic and opaque reasoning, or the black box system, into a thing which is designed around human judgment, explainability, and accountability. When such tools influence procedure or decision making without transparency or safeguards, they can undermine due process even if the final award appears to be substantively correct. And also, for arbitrators, human judgment can also differ or base their entire judgment on AI. In other words, procedural form may survive, but procedural fairness can erode. Coming to what this paper specifically contributes, it helps in reframing AI and arbitration through algorithmic justice and not just a normative framework. It is more of a doctrinal thing more than an empirical thing. It reframes AI and arbitration as a procedural justice concern rather than a neutral efficiency tool. It applies the concept of algorithmic justice, incorporating transparency, explainability, accountability, and most importantly, human oversight to international arbitration. Thirdly, it exposes structural blind spots in existing arbitral regimes that post award enforcement mechanisms cannot realistically correct. As of right now, there are no binding guidelines on this. This moves the debate beyond whether AI is useful to whether its use is legitimate. Now, when we talk about the risks of how AI disrupts due process, AI can present concrete risks to due process guarantees. Algorithmic opacity challenges the right to a reasoned award. Embedded bias can disrupt the equality of arms, particularly disadvantaging weaker or non repeat parties. There's automation bias also, which may lead arbitrators to over rely on algorithmic outputs, like I mentioned earlier, even unintentionally. Importantly, these effects often leave no procedural footprint, making judicial review both limited and ineffective. It's very important to know in a legal process to know how the reasoning was made at every single stage, and using AI or using algorithms can disrupt that due process. Now, coming to the limits of existing arbitration frameworks, the UNCITRL model law presumes human reasoning and responsibility. Institutional arbitration rules accommodate digitalization but offer very little guidance on AI governance. As a result, arbitral awards may appear procedurally compliant while algorithmic influence remains invisible and unaccountable. This creates a growing legitimacy gap, like I mentioned. Even for organizations such as the Singapore International Arbitration Center, SIARB, and there are many news articles on this about how the guidelines should be, but none of them are binding. They are only procedural to explain how it can be used, but none of them are binding.
Participant move to the recommendation and suggestions.
Yes. So, to address this gap, the paper has proposed targeted safeguards. Firstly, mandatory disclosure of AI that affects procedure, evidence, or reasoning. Secondly, institutional standards ensuring minimum levels of transparency, explainability, and most importantly, human control. Thirdly, a principle of proportional AI use permitting AI for administrative support while reserving evaluative and normative judgment strictly for human arbitrators. The aim is to regulate and not reject AI. To conclude, artificial intelligence is reshaping arbitration in powerful ways, but without clear safeguards, it risks undermining legitimacy that arbitration depends upon. Algorithmic justice offers a framework where innovation and procedural fairness coexist, ensuring that arbitral decision making remains intelligible, contestable, and human centered. I will end with this thought. Thank you so much.
Okay, so participant, have you mentioned the recent report of the International Arbitration Center of Singapore regarding the uses of AI?
It is only briefly mentioned in my article because there are a lot of guidelines that are slowly coming up, and mostly it's also big law houses which are debating on this, but there are no specific functional things that arbitrators can use as of now. Only for the Singapore International Arbitration
All right.
Center.
Try to incorporate all those rules and regulations in one of the brief legislative section where you are providing a legislative recommendations.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much.
All right. Yeah. We can move at the next.
So moving to on to the next participant, Naveen Chandar from Vail Institute of Science and Technology and Advanced Studies.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, you are audible,
Yes,
but
you
you are
are audible.
barely visible.
Actually, my camera is not working. I have cleaned and it has many
Okay,
scratches
okay,
in it.
okay. No issue. You can proceed with it. There's one announcement for the participant. Those who are done, they can leave the platform. Those who are done, they can leave the platform and can watch all these proceedings in the streaming live, either in LinkedIn or in YouTube. Yeah, now you can start. After Naveen, we would be taking up Avinav Kumar.
Okay, shall I
Yes.
start now, sir? I'm the co-author
Yes.
of Navin Chandar. I'm Varsha, and our topic is about power, piracy, and AI: the battle for fundamental rights. So it's actually connected with the Constitution. So I'll just start with the introduction. In today's digital era, AI has evolved from being a juristic concept into an indispensable part of everyday life. So, from personalized recommendation on the streaming platforms to AI-powered facial recognition, predicting our algorithms and influence of our choices. So, however, this convenience come with the hidden cost. So, the growing tension between the technology advancement and the protection of fundamental human rights is going to be discussed in my further slides. So, constitutional provisions. So, these are the constitutional provisions which is violating due to the technological advancement. First one is Article 14 and 15, which states about the discrimination, and the freedom of expression is being violated under the Article 19 1A, and Article 21, the privacy and data is being violated. I'll at the end will state some of the important landmark judgments and the recent cases. So further, I'll move to the next slide. We have, as I have mentioned, there are three categories I have categorized in this slide. First one is right to non-discrimination. So AA can cause these following biases. So first one is AA misuse can lead. Excuse me, one second. Okay. A misuse can lead to biased and discriminatory outcomes due to the unfair and underrepresentative training data. The other thing is algorithms can unintentionally favor certain genders, races, and social groups and won't contribute fairness, transparency, and accountability in AI systems, which is essential to uphold human rights. There are some conventions that I have mentioned below, but I'll state major conventions in the next slides. And freedom of expression, this is one of the major concern I need to share. AI driven surveillances and content moderation can lead to censorship and self censorship among the citizens. Automated systems may wrongly remove legitimate speech, limiting access to information and public debate. Excessive monitoring by the state or corporations violate the democratic principles of free thought and dissent. And here also I have mentioned some international instruments and right to private life and data. This is one of the major thing we need to see and be cautious about. There are major data leaks and surveillances, and deep fakes have been evolved in recent days, which is right to private life. A recent case law I need to mention here. Uh, an Instagram user have uploaded a photo of her wearing a green full sleeve outfit, which the AI have edited the image. A mole appeared on her left arm, which she really has, but which was not visible in the original photo she have uploaded. She described the experience as very scary and creepy. This is because of the AI. Recently, we have gone through Gemini AI photo editing. In that, it was being a scary stuff. So we need safeguarding regarding the photo which is being uploaded, and it must only use the photo which are being uploaded. It should not go beyond it. So we have statutory operating safeguards in India. I'm specifically covering India, and I have uh, listed some of the international frameworks too. But these are the Indian operational safeguards and the guiding principles. Information Technology Act, Digital Personal Data Protection Act, and these are the acts. And as one of the person have mentioned,
Participant,
Niti
move to the
Ayog National
recommendation and
Strategy.
suggestion. Move to the recommendation and
Sorry.
suggestion.
Yes, sir. This is the last slide. So, cooperation and guidelines must be followed, even if it is not directly mentioning the any international relating to IT. Even it can be neutral technological principles can be adopted. That's it, sir. Accountability and transparency must be maintained. Awareness of the public must be created at large. So, I'm concluding with this.
Okay, there's no suggestion for you. Try to incorporate the recent AI report by the Niti Aayog in your
Yes, sir. I
study.
have mentioned it in Niti Aayog's National Strategy for AI 2018. It promotes
Not
AI for all
18,
with
not 18,
sorry, sir.
2025's report.
Okay, I'll update it, sir. Thank
All
you.
right. Now we'll move ahead with the Abhishek Anubhav Kumar.
Presentation is visible now to everyone.
Yes, it's visible. You can start.
Yes, a very good morning to respected organizers and esteemed panelists. I am Abhinav Kumar, and my presentation today on my research paper is on Beyond Territoriality, redefining the fugitives for the AI-enabled cross-border offenses, which in short means rethinking international law regime for AI-driven cross-border crimes. Now, we very well know the basic and traditional notion that when we talk about fugitives, the offenders, the people who have committed harm and wrong and have flown to another country, we always talk about physical borders, the geography. And there we come up with the traditional concept of that we are just talking about the location of the offender, the physical location of the offender. But as we know today, we are living in an AI era, and this AI era has immensely eroded the borders. Why so? Because the traditional law had just assumed that there will be physical cross national boundaries where the fugitives will go fly and the respective police and respective criminal law systems of various country will catch hold of them and undergo the usual process of extradition. But this entire AI driven crime or the cyber crime or the digital crimes have made these traditional fugitives into digital fugitives, which have led to them going to different countries, fleeing to different countries without any law. So the current legal framework that we have is struggling to keep up with that. We have various concepts like territoriality, dual criminality, and speciality, which currently are criminal law as well as international criminal law is being followed. But what about the digital legal paradigm? What about those things that are required when an AI-driven crime is being committed? And hence, we see that there are limits to this territorialities concept in itself. The extradition and its territorial roots just said that, okay, we are assuming criminals to be some physical person whose evidence will be seen in a physical location. But the same leads to various jurisdictional complexities as well, because AI doesn't seize geography, doesn't seize any borders, doesn't seize any boundaries. And that is why my paper heavily talks about a new framework for legal innovation, so that digital realities can be converted and enshrined and incorporated into new framework. And that is why I have shown this in the form of these three different couplets and these three different entities. One, the traditional fugitives, where he would physically escape. Second, we see that ultimately how a physical escape has led to AI crimes, which has led to offenses like code, bots, deep fakes, autonomous systems, algorithmic errors, and how they are remotely committed instead of being physically committed. And how ultimately we are going to argue for redefining the accountability purely for the AI based crimes or the digital crimes that we have. And that's why we need to see that these jurisdictional voids have led to impunity. Impunity means the means by which you are unable to punish, you are not unable to prosecute these offenders or or this fugitive. And that's why we need to make sure that ultimately these legal framework must be reworked upon. How we must make sure that there has to be new ways by which these impunity zones can be recreated, and how there should be timely cooperations, cross-border cooperations, and evidence sharing between these various countries. For that, I have come up with these models, one of them being that how there should be every hybrid law. We talk about just the physical law, but our different various countries should go ahead and make sure that the responsibility also spans to human creators, deployers, autonomous systems, and how we can make sure that these can lead to a digital prosecution of the same, digital jurisdiction of the same, and how we can make sure that things like metadata, blockchain logs can be incorporated in these various respective legal systems as such. For that, I have given three suggestions in my paper, one of them being digital footprint jurisdiction, which will be purely based on whose country has suffered the maximum harm, the effects doctrine that we say. Second, changes and the upgrade in the already existing treaties, which will be known as algorithmic accountable treaties or AAT, where there will be AI systems in each of the existing treaty as well, and then also upgrading the already existing MLAT, as we know, mutual legal assistance treaties. Which and with the incorporation of these things, my conclusion and suggestion would be that once we are going to incorporate these three things, we will see that how AI crimes would be able to transcend borders. They are going to make sure that how we are going to ultimately lead to from borderless offenses to we can talk about digital offenses, how every law, existing law, be it national law or international law, would lead to a hybrid agency, and how we can make sure that these things can be incorporated, and how algorithmic accountabilities can be given and can be shaped with the help of the digital realities, and how we can ultimately move towards that direction, which would lead to prosecution of these criminals, and make sure that a crime like make sure like that an offense of any multitude, or be it genocide, war crime, or cyber crime or cyber terrorism, can be prosecuted and executed upon with the help of this process known as extradition. Thank you.
Okay, so participant, you had mentioned number of policies. Are those policies implementable or implemented in any of the countries right now?
Till now, AI policies haven't been implemented. They are talking about digital offenses, cyber crimes, and we are seeing European Union going ahead because European Union already has an AI Act right now. So they are incorporating it in their respective criminal laws, the EU criminal laws that they have. But we are not. We are yet to see any kind of a thing from UN or US or particularly India. So there is a need for change, and I'm sure we will be moving in that direction, where we ultimately go ahead and change our existing law or change our existing bilateral extradition treaties with other countries, so that we may go ahead and prosecute and surrender these AI driven criminals across the borders.
Okay, all right. We can move with the next participant.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. So moving on to the next participant, I will be calling Sabri from the Tamil Nadu Dr. Ambedkar Law University.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible and visible too.
Right. So I'm Muthukrishnan. Like my co-author is Sabri CH. I am the one who is going to present this my research paper. So my research paper is titled as AI-driven predictive policing and minus assessing bias, due process, and criminal law implication. So generally, my paper, like no, it's in and around diving into the concept of predictive policing. So generally, I'm like giving introduction that so predictive policing involves so much of information from the sources like FIR or like charge sheet or like CSR copy, and that is going to be uploaded on a portal, and that portal is going to be used by AI, and that AI is going to predict the crime hotspots. So that crimes hotspots is generally used by the SARB or the NCRB to implement so much of prevention and precautionary measure on that particular area. So it is actually that particular AI is completely based on the machine learning algorithms, and which having no obstacle to uploading such data into that particular portal. So my the research concept is generally goes around the minor, because is regarding the adult, there is no restrictions in our law so to upload the data regarding the history sheet. But whereas in the regarding the minor, there is a restriction in the legislation. For in case juvenile justice act 2015, there is a section 74. So there should be a principle. So that principle is there should not be any stigmatizing semantics, or there should be a fresh start for the people who, for the children who is in conflict with the law. So based on the the predictive policing types, there is a place-based predictive policing as well as person-centered predictive policing. In the place-based as well as the person-centered, if FIR is having the a comprehensive accused adult as well as a juvenile, even though the name has been hidden, or even the name or this the proper place has not been mentioned for the juvenile, but it includes a place of that particular person. So include the person place for that particular children who is in conflict with law. So it gives the data to that particular AI, and AI deciding that particular hotspot, and people are making a pre-judgmental views on that particular area as well as to that particular juvenile. So that if example we can say that Chicago Police Department strategic subject list and the laser in Los Angeles. So using this particular portal, that is spread pool, and they identified so much of the crime spots, that is crime hotspots, and it given so much of backlash, because those AI identified based on their racial and also the caste based discriminations on that particular area. So in my such conclusion, I'm saying that so those datas are completely making a target on the marginalized community of the communities of the minors, and also there is so much of conflict between those datas and to the child focused principles in our Indian legislation. Even if it has been used by the SCRB, then that particular usage giving a potential infringement on the fundamental rights to the freedom and privacy to the particular children. And what we can suggest is that so definitely the algorithmic transparency, if there is algorithmic transparency and open disclosure regarding the data which has been uploaded into that particular AI portal, then it would be corrected on the initial part itself. And second one is independent audit. There should be a separate agency for controlling so and so data, and there should be a human oversight at each and every stage of a part operation. So predictive policing is only for prevention, and it cannot be a tool or portal for pre-judgmental or rehabilitative decision taking on the minors, and it would affect the child friendly and child focused principles on our Indian legislation. That's it for my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, there is no question from my end. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, we can
So
move
can
with
we
the next
move to the
participant.
next participant?
Yes, yes, we can move.
So, calling Shruti Shardul from Maharashtra National Law University, Mumbai.
Participant, you are not audible and visible. Host, we can move with the next one.
Okay, sir. So moving to Abhishek Varshne, IFTM University, Moradabad, UP.
Am I audible and visible, sir?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You can start. Yes, participant, you can start.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. This is Shivani Gupta, a co-author. We know if the slides are visible.
Yes, lights are
Yes, slides are
visible
visible.
and you can start. Don't waste time. Yes, you can start. Participant, you are not
The modern
audible. If
business
you,
environment is increasingly shaped by the technological disruptions, digital transformation. Oh, okay. The global startup ecosystem has grown exponentially with the startups hub emerging in the regions beyond the traditional innovation centers. And Singapore have to first end up the robust policies, attracting the investors and encouraging the research and the development. The technological disruptions, digital transformation, and the knowledge intensive sectors are increasingly defining the contemporary business environment. And the knowledge intensive sectors are increasing, defining the contemporary business environment. The strategic role of the intellectual property in the economic growth can be stated as most valuable for the startups, just serving as the foundation for the competitive differentiation and the financial underpinning the competitive advantage and the financial sustainability. There is a conceptualizing the startups also, that is like defining the startups a multidisciplinary aspect, that perspective according to the ACRIS in the year 2011. It describes a startup as a temporary organization focusing on the developing and scalable business and the model under the conditions of uncertainty. There is also just like in a several ways, for example, innovation centric approach, high scalability potential, uncertain market trajectory, unique funding mechanism, ecosystem dependence, and so on. The economic and the once the thing is that the what is the economic and the strategic importance of the intellectual property in the start imitation, enhance the investor confidence and secure funding. Next is licensing and the
participant, move to the recommendation and suggestion.
commercializing.
Participant, move to the
The role
recommendation
of the
and
IP in the
suggestion.
fundraising and the investment attraction, all the risk mitigation, higher market valuation, monetization opportunities, Tesla, Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Actually, I will just move my slides to there only. Just give a sec. Just give a sec. Yes. As per my research with my co-author findings, that is boundaries, but starters must recognize that intellectual property is not whether though licensing strategic partnerships or monetization models that maximize market reach, government investors and ecosystem also enable to collaborate and get the startups across the research would should explore new frontiers of the IP protection, particularly in the emerging fields such as AI generated inventions, decentralized IP ownership, innovations. So that's are the findings, and that's are the things that I would like to my research would like to contribute for the same, sir.
Okay, all right.
And
There
by
is
embracing a protective and
all,
dynamic approach to the intellectual property, the startups can position themselves not only as a market leaders but as an agent of the transportation. And we patent there is one more solution for the same is that another crucial finding for my slide is this that the enforcement of the intellectual property rights remain a double-edged sword. While it offers a clearly startup protection against the initiation.
okay,
That's
all
all
right, participant. That's all. Like there is
from my
no
side, sir.
question from our end. Yeah, we can move with the
Am I
next
audible?
participant. Yeah, you are audible. We can move with the next participant. Thank you. There's no question for you.
So moving on to the next participant, Shruti Shardul from Maharashtra National Law University, Mumbai.
Yes, participant, you are not visible and audible.
Yes, sir. So can you see my screen?
Yes, you can start. Your screen is visible and you are visible. Yeah.
Okay. So my topic is human rights, child protection, and AI ethics in India. So I have given a short overview, firstly in the abstract about all these topics, and I have given the details as to what is the scenario in the landscape of India and what all challenges we face as there is modern technology in 21st era, and how we need to cope up with certain things. So I have highlighted those points as well in the recommendations. So so let's start. So the topic of AI, it has garnered wide what we can say, it has garnered wide recognition since 2013, because the use of AI has been rapid in this phase, and AI is used in IT sectors. Along with IT sectors, it is also used for education. Like for example, Byju's is using AI to enhance their educational tools, so that they can make flowcharts, as well as they can make certain tables and make the students understand the concept much easier. And AI can also be used so that students can have a visual representation of the said topic. So this not only draws the students to learn the topic and creates what we can say, it creates an interest in the students, so that the students find the topic more easier to understand. And along with educational sectors, AI is also seen in healthcare. Like for example, the Aadhaar AI is implemented in Aadhaar card scheme. So AI can be used to digitally store documents as well. So this can be helpful so that the data of the person can be stored and can be used at times. But also there are various challenges, like AI can be harmful for the person if the data gets leaked. Like for example, data leaks take place by the third party, and this is a part of cyber law, and therefore AI has various challenges as well. So like for example, the data which is taken by the government authorities, sometimes this data gets leaked to the third parties and they can misuse the data. And not only to the government but also the AI which is implemented by Google services as well. So let's suppose when we like a product and we see the product on Amazon or something, and therefore Google uses this data to show similar types of ads so that they can keep on engaging the individual in indulging in online shopping. So that is what the aim is, that is what the goal is. So that is why AI is also used by several services online like Google, Amazon, and various shopping apps as well. Then AI, as I said, is also used in healthcare. Along with healthcare, um, like during COVID, we can also store the our COVID certificate, and there were various apps as well during that phase which helped us to keep a track of our health. Now, along with the healthcare, AI is also used for educational purpose and for governance. Like, for example, there are various schemes which the government PM Modi has introduced, and some of these apps are also available so that the data of the individuals, the citizens, is kept safely. But one of the major risks which AI possesses is on the children, because in India, like for example in Australia, children beyond 16 years can only use social media apps. But in India, children below 16 years can also use social media. So that is why, as children are not having much knowledge about AI, social media, and cyber crimes, they can easily get duped. Now, even AI possesses a major risk on old age citizens. Like for example, old age citizens also don't have much knowledge about AI, and that is why the AI content they feel is the real content, and that is why there are various scams and frauds which took place in 2025. There were various reports regarding that. So AI is very like, it can say it is a major threat for the children and the old age people. That is why for children there should be special policies which should be designed, and this will not only help the parents to protect their children from AI frauds and crimes, but also this will help the old age citizens so that they don't get duped into bank fraud schemes and various other AI crimes. Now there is also due to AI there can be various private pictures which can get leaked. This can also possess a threat to the couples who have their there was a recent case where the data got leaked of a private couple. So this also possesses a threat, and they were given a threat that their bank account is in danger because of the same. So such cases have cropped up. So like every coin has two sides, AI also has its we can say plus points and minus points. So that is why data security is a major issue over here. And along with that, I feel that when the um, what we can say, when there is accountability which should be taken place, it should be taken place by the government platforms firstly, and the private platforms, they should design their system in such a way which not only helps the users to use AI, but it should also be human centric, and it should be available to all citizens across India. whether it shouldn't matter whether they come from a poor background or from a rich background. So in short, it should be designed for each and every one. And during the data collection, each and every individual should each and every individual's data should be taken place accurately, like there shouldn't be any type of bias involved while collection of the data. So that is what I was trying to highlight in this topic.
Okay, participant, have you mentioned recent DPDPA of 2023, India's Digital Data Protection Act?
Yes, sir.
And what are the country models you have taken into consideration?
So DPDA is it was designed recently. There is also an act which came into place in 2023. So this app actually it focuses on how AI issues should be tackled. Like there are various platforms like Chat GPT. Then there is Gemini, which has recently come up. Then there are various platforms like Perplexity, Sonar, and etc. So all these AI is not only concentrated in India but also from abroad. So that is why it is not guaranteed that the AI which is generated, which is giving us information, will be accurate, because certain AI systems, they try to manipulate the data and present a different kind of
All
data,
right.
which is
All right. Participant, try to incorporate India's recent policy by published by Niti Ayoga regarding AI. Okay.
okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes. All right. Yeah, we can move ahead with the next participant.
So moving on to the next participant, Dr. Pooja Jain from School of Law, Modi University of Science and Technology.
Good morning, sir. My name
Yes.
is Dr. Pooja Jain. Sir, my topic is green finance through policy, institutional governance, and advancing sustainable pathways in India. So, first, we are talking about green finance. This paper will talk about the policy foundations, regulatory frameworks, the institutional architecture, governance challenges, development pathways, and policy recommendations. So, first of all, what is green finance? It is a type of fund or a money used for a loan or debentures or investments or bonds to fund projects that help the environmental sustainability, like renewable energy, solar, wind, energy efficiency, pollution control, and sustainable infrastructure, with the goal of growing the economy while protecting the planet. The triple bottom line, that is people, planet, and prosperity, which means how people, planet, and the planet can be enhanced and developed by this. According to Section 135 of Companies Act 2013, there is a policy and mandatory policy regarding the CSR, which is corporate social responsibility, which mandates each and every company to expend 2% of their net worth or turnover or profit in the corporate social responsibilities. When we talk about the policies, that is NAPCC, National Action Plan on Climate Change, which was introduced by Prime Minister on 30th June 2008 with its 8 missions, that is for solar mission, enhance energy efficiency, sustainable habitat, then National Water Mission, National Mission for Sustainable Himalayan Ecosystem, then Green India Mission, Sustainable Agriculture, Strategic Knowledge for Climate Change. Then we have another UNFCCC, that is United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. There are 7 SDG goals which we have to achieve by 2030. The goal number 13, or we can say from 7 onwards, 7, that is affordable and clean energy, then 11 is sustainable cities and communities, 12 is responsible consumption and production, and 13th one is climate change. We are working towards it by making certain kind of policies and international conventions, that is Kyoto Protocol and Paris Convention. Then moving towards the green finance or the green bonds. When we talk about RBI and SEBI, these are financial regulatory oversight. RBI deals with the regulatory framework which companies are to be funded. They are providing with the regulatory framework that what type of fund should be released or should be given to these companies which are taking the sustainable development goals or which are working towards clean energy, green finance, green India. Green bonds, the main purpose, and SEBI is the biggest capital market which has listed green bonds in the market, like shares or debentures. This is for ESG, which is environment, social, and governance factors, and BRSR, that is business responsibility and sustainable reporting. The companies which are taking up or which are working towards the green environment or green finance, they are given the fund by the SEBI, RBI, and they also regulate the framework. And sovereign green bond, uh, the NAPCC and the UNFCCC, which are working towards the climate action and achieving the climate goals, they are funding these projects, clean environment, sustainable renewable energy, uh, working towards the making of like we are getting a fossil fuel. We are working towards sustainable and socially responsible country or energies. Then there is a major challenge regarding the major challenges regarding the greenwashing. Greenwashing is a term where the companies or organizations are uh, fakely or misleading the country or by creating certain kind of images or giving a certain kind of their uh, publicity sort of, in which they want to fetch the money from the RBI or CB or the funding government fundings policy frameworks to make it more convenient or make it to fetch the customers towards it. Then this is major threat for green finance. Now, in this, the role is for institutional framework or the organizations to identify such kind of companies and to do not finance them on this point. Then there are certain strengths, the government's barriers and risks. Strengths are emergence of a structured financial ecosystem, sovereign commitment through green bonds, strong regulatory oversight by RBI and SBI or SEBI. Then opportunities are leveraging AI and digital reporting tools, expanding municipal level climate investment, capacity building within financial institutions. What is the weakness is cohesive implementation and regulatory framework. There is lack of transparency, there is lack of awareness. This site, which is in present, these are the governance barriers and risks. Main risk is lack of uniform green taxonomy, fragmented regulatory coordination, data gaps, and impact measurement. Uh, this risk and the threats is greenwashing, as I mentioned, greenwashing and symbolic compliance, prohibitive financial conditions, systematic risk from unpriced climate events. This can be curbed by regulatory transparency, awareness in the institutions. Like when we talk about CSR or when we talk about environmental law, we should be environmentally literate. Environmental literacy programs or training programs should be given in the institutions or organizations or colleges where we can study. Then the pathways to sustainable growth is the energy transition, scaling non-fossil fuel power generation toward the 50% capacity target. When we talk about this fossil fuel and renewable energy sustainability, uh, recently I had an opportunity to do a course on energy literacy program where it was mentioned that if you want to reduce the carbon footprints or if you want to reduce the carbon excretion, we should use like ACs and the projects which are coming, ACs, geysers, refrigerators should be a 5 star. Or if you do not use it, we cannot survive without that. But if we are using it, it should be used religiously. Then digital transformation, like using AI and data analysis for real
Participants
time
come
risk.
with recommendation.
Yes, sir. Recommendation is a national green taxonomy, establishing a uniform definition to eliminate inconsistencies and preventing greenwashing. Then centralized coordination. Both public and private sectors strengthen institutional links through a centralized interregulatory mechanism. A strong mechanism, a strong regulatory body should be made for implementing these goals. Then technical capacity, train financial institutions to better price climate related risk and social impacts. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, participant. I don't have any such question for you. For more detailed policy recommendations, you can refer some of the UN reports.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. I'll take care next time. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
We can move with the next participant.
Okay, so now moving on to the next participant, Pooja Kisan from SJGTU, Rajasthan.
Yes,
Hello.
participant, you can turn on your camera. Yes.
Yes, sir. Just a minute. Am I audible and visible, sir?
Yes, you can start.
Okay. Okay. A very good morning, everyone. So this is Pooja Bhosle. I'm a research scholar from SJGT University, and my co-authors to this paper is Dr. Manala Lal Pandey and Dr. Vijay S. Chavan. So my topic is the quiet revolution on the crisis of agency, reclaiming human dignity through international human rights law in the AI age. Giving a brief introduction about AI, now we can see that everything has been taken over by the artificial intelligence. So we need to know when, in the era of this globalization of AI and artificial intelligence everywhere, is our data protected or is safeguarded by any of the we can say international covenants we go along, as we can see there are various covenants which gives us rights about our own interest and our personal human rights. So when we talk about our personal human rights, we need to also see whether our data in this AI generation is protected and is safeguarded. So, in my introduction, I like to say that rapid AI integration in governance, security, healthcare, and justice transforms the decision making, but it also erodes human agency through the opaque systems. International human law provides a robust technology neutral framework to reclaim dignity and accountability in the AI age. So, we can see that the effort has been made by the international human rights law to ensure that the dignity and the accountability is been protected. AI is, we can say, it is a social mirror to us. It reflects the biases in the training data. Facial recognition fails higher for women, people of color, predicting policing, targeting minorities. Example, hiring algorithms which favors males from male-dominated industries, amplifying discrimination at this scale. Surveillance, looking about the surveillance realities, AI cameras scan faces continuously. And when you talk about the metropolitan cities like Mumbai and Delhi, this scanning, this AI is higher in usage. So the continuity of AI is at a higher stage, flagging anomalies, example gate from injury for later denials of loans and housing. About talking about the chilling effect, the self censorship is protest due to the biometric tracking, violating the international covenant cultural civil protection rights article 17, which deals with the privacy. Talking about the criminal justice automation, risk tools influence the bails and the sentencing without any transparency, which has been witnessed in State versus Loomis, which denied the algorithm access to the trade secret, which undermines the ICCPR article, which talks about the rule of law, the due process of law, no reasoning or challenges to the outputs. Talking about when taking into the concept about the migration facilities and the migration and the borders, automated profiling uses nationality proxies for visa and asylum denial, risking non-refoulement violations. No individualized assessment, applicants lack appeal understanding. Welfare automation pitfalls, talking about it. That series system correlated 17 databases for fraud, ruled invalid for the opacity and discrimination as given and stated under declared by the Hague Court, which violates ICESR Article 11, which deals with the social security by excluding without any recourse. When talking about the gig economy, exploitation platforms algorithmically assign tasks, set wages, deactive accounts instantly, no explanation or bargaining can be done, which breaches again the ICCHR Article 7, which talks about just working conditions for the workmen and reviving precarity. When talking about the human oversight imperative, human in the loop, legally required fraud accountability, symbolic review is insufficient. Diffuse causation, which is data model deployment, demands audit trials and
Participant, move to the recommendation.
okay, sir. So, talking about the practical pathways forward, when we can see as compared to the UNESCO, while the soft law instruments such as UNESCO, AI recommendations play an important normative role, but they lack the enforcement mechanism. The next phase of AI governance must involve the gradual hardening of norms through treaties, regional regulations, and domestic legislation to be aligned with international human rights law. A UN special rapporteur on artificial intelligence and human rights, binding transparency obligations for high risk AI system, international inspection regimes for biometric surveillance, and treaty based prohibitions on fully autonomous lethal weapons. In conclusion, I can only state that the governance of artificial intelligence is not merely a technical challenge, but it is also a moral and legal imperative. As all the algorithmic systems increasingly shape human lives, the erosion of agency, accountability, and dignity threatens the foundation of democratic governance. International human rights law offers the most coherent and legitimate framework for confronting this challenge. Aligning AI with human rights requires political will, international cooperation, and enforceable accountability mechanism. Technological progress must serve the humanity rather than diminish it. The future of intelligence must remain not artificial but just equitable and indelibly human. Ultimately, the challenge posed by artificial intelligence is not whether the law can keep pace with technology, but whether the societies are willing to assert that technological power should always be kept subordinate to the human values and human dignity. Reclaiming human agency in the age of AI is therefore not optional, it is legal, ethical, and civilization imperative. Thank you so much, Jury.
Okay, so participant try to incorporate UNSCR report on artificial intelligence. You can get it if you search it online. Okay, they
Okay,
had
thank
come
you,
up with
sir.
this.
Noted.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
On
Thank you so much, sir. Noted.
okay, yeah, we can move ahead with the next participant host.
Okay, sir. So moving on to the next participant, Dr. Madhuri D. Kharat from School of Law, the North Cap University.
Okay, so basically my topic is basically regarding the implementation of CRC when it comes to the artificial intelligence with respect to children rights. As you know that UNCRC is the main comprehensive document that we have which talks about the protection of rights of children, and it applies also equally for the digital and AI environments considering the new challenges that are coming up. And recently, also the UN community, through their general comments, they also have done several recommendation and suggestion when it comes to the implementation of child rights, especially in the era of this artificial intelligence. Next, okay, so coming to the next slide, basically the main question what I have framed.
Participant, you are not audible. Participant, you are not audible.
Hello, hello, hello.
Yes, yes, yes. Start.
Am I okay? Okay. So when I was saying that UNCRC is basically talking about three important these articles which talk.
Participant, you are having a network glitch. If you're facing network issue, you can turn off your camera. Yes, and you can speak.
Okay, so opportunities that we do have when it comes to the
No, it's not audible. It's not audible, participant. It's not audible. Host, we can take up the next participant. We cannot proceed with this.
Sure, sir. So moving on to the next participant, Advocate Ananya Tyagi from Ananya Tyagi and Associates.
Available to be seen? Yeah, perfect. All right. Greetings to everyone. I am Advocate Ananya Tyagi, and the topic of my research is When Code Governs Survival, Algorithmic Bias, Welfare Entitlements, and Human Dignity. In front of you are image of two women. First is Bismillah B. She is a 67-year-old woman who was denied the right of public distribution system as her deceased husband was flagged by algorithmic biases as owner of a Ford vehicle, whereas she is below poverty line. On the other hand, we have young Santoshi, who died of starvation due to AI biases. So, this leads to a very crucial question. Can opaque artificial intelligence systems constitutionally determine access to welfare entitlements that sustain life and dignity? Across jurisdiction, the problem is same. Black box deployment of artificial intelligence. In case of France, there was a risk scoring algorithms used by Social Security Administration to detect welfare irregularities. But on the contrary, it started targeting low income households, persons with disabilities, and single parents, leading to clear violation of equality. In India, specifically in Telangana, Samagra Vedika, an AI driven multi database integration system, extended from policing or surveillance to survival eligibility within the National Food Security Acts. But unfortunately, it led to mass wrongful exclusions from the PDS, ration cards cancelled without notice, hearing, or explanation, clearly violating the Article 14 and 21 of the Indian Constitution. In Sweden, there was an automated welfare fund detection and suspicion system, which also started tracking the women and migrants of low income groups, thus leading to indirect discrimination. Same happened in Netherlands, but in this case, it was with regards to children. There was an automated fraud detection in child benefit scheme, but it labeled families as fraudsters, and thus a lot of families went into debt. Now, my paper has dealt with three major constitutional questions. First, whether algorithmic welfare systems can be reconciled with the guarantees of equality and non arbitrariness under Article 14 and the right to live with dignity under Article 21. While technology can assist in the welfare administration, what we are worried about is it being opaque and biased, thus denying the welfare without any explanation and violating Article 14. At the same time, the right to livelihood, the right to life, and right to access clean water, if all these systems are done on the basis of an algorithm, this will definitely lead to biases, violating Article 21. The second question is whether it is acceptable to exclude people automatically without giving notice. This is absolutely against the principles of natural justice. The third question was whether removing human decision making from welfare system without creating strong safeguards breaks the rule of law. Yes, by replacing accountable human authority with opaque software, algorithmic welfare system erodes the rule of law. When rules are hidden in code and decisions cannot be meaningfully reviewed or challenged, welfare entitlements cease to function as enforceable rights and instead depend on technological success. Now, what is the roadmap ahead? According to the AI Governance Index, India ranks at 21st position. We are doing well in a lot of ambits, but we still are not ready to provide the basic AI infrastructure. This was highlighted in the latest Niti Aayog 2025 report. It stated that there are certain systematic barriers which are stopping from building an AI infrastructure. Firstly, there is a trust deficit. Secondly, systematic access and usability gaps, knowing and capability gaps that exist, and the structural inefficiency and tooling deficit. Thus, what I suggest is a multi stakeholder approach. We already know that through international cooperation, a universal AI Act can be established, as seen in the case of European Union. In fact, in New Zealand, it is one of the best state practices provided. There are a lot of tribals in New Zealand, but the AI algorithm that they're using is being specifically trained not to create a biases. We need to have strict guidelines for the tech developers. Regular bias audits and dataset reviews are very crucial. There has to be prohibition on black box deployment. We need an active participation of civil societies and NGO because they directly represent the vulnerable groups of the society, and they can definitely help in assisting the safe use of AI in vulnerable groups. We need a legislative policy. India at present, we definitely need a AI bill, just like in European Union. We do have the data privacy bill that was just established. There will be definitely a data protection board in India. And I feel through this, at least there will be, as in the case, a protection of the data of citizens, because data is the new oil, and these, if lapses happen because of AI biases, then all the data can be given to any country, and thus at last we need a welfare administration. Thus what I feel, that the algorithmic biases has to be anchored in law, accountability, and dignity. Thank you so very much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Advocate Tyagi. I don't have any question for you. You had incorporated all the policies.
Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah. We can move with the next participant host.
Okay, now moving on to the next participant, Rajalakshmi R. Rajan from Kelly Law College.
Can I start?
Yes, you can start.
Good morning. I am Rajalakshmi R. Rajan. I am presenting this paper that I have jointly authored with Soumya Raj, titled AI-Driven Surveillance and the Right to Privacy, Corporate Responsibility in the Digital Age. AI-driven surveillance today is no longer an exception. It has become a routine feature of, be it the public places, workplaces, and everyday life. What remains far less routine is the level of ethical and legal scrutiny that are applied to these systems, particularly when they are deployed by private corporations. Through this paper, I'm trying to examine the increasing use of AI driven surveillance and its implication for privacy and corporate accountability. AI based surveillance technologies, including facial recognition systems and all algorithmic workplace monitoring tools, are widely adopted to improve efficiency, productivity, and security. These technologies are described as objective and data driven. However, the real world use raises a lot of concerns, especially for right to privacy and right to equality. A major concern is that AI surveillance systems are not neutral. They are trained based on large data sets that reflect existing social and structural inequalities. As a result, most of these AI systems, particularly when it comes to facial recognition technologies, they show higher error rates when it comes to women and marginalized groups. When such systems are deployed in workplace or public spaces, these errors can lead to discriminatory outcomes, including misidentification and disproportionate monitoring of people. There are further, these risks are further intensified because AI has a very opaque nature. Now, individuals who are subjected to AI based surveillance often have no clear information about how these decisions are made, or what data is used to make these decisions, or how errors can be challenged. This lack of transparency awakens accountability. This weakens the accountability from the corporation's end, and it also allows for discriminatory outcomes. We have two cases wherein you have Amazon's use of AI based employee surveillance. Could you please move on to the next slide? AI-based employee surveillance, wherein productivity tracking systems, warehouse workers are subjected to constant monitoring through this. In France, these practices were found to be violating the data protection principles due to their excessive and intrusive data collection. Through this case, we can understand how corporate surveillance, when driven primarily by efficiency goals, they undermine worker dignity and a worker's privacy. Another example is the Clearview AI, which collects biometric data by scraping images of the internet. So, this does not require individual consent. Its facial recognition database, which is used by both private entities and state law enforcement agencies, raise serious concerns regarding mass surveillance, lack of consent, and discriminatory profiling. This highlights how corporate entities have taken advantage of regulatory gaps in the absence of AI oversight. If we look at the existing legal frameworks, there is EU's General Data Protection Regulation, which, along with their emerging AI Act, adopts a right-based but risk-oriented approach. They insist or they emphasize on consent, transparency, and accountability. If we come to India, we have the Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023, which is also moving towards data protection, but our legislation is not AI specific. We have a set of broad exemptions, and it does not address issues such as algorithmic bias, transparency, or independent oversight. This paper argues that legal complaints alone is not enough. We want corporate accountability must be a central element when we are talking about AI governance. Corporations that deploy AI-based surveillance, they have to adopt algorithmic bias audits. They have to ensure there is transparent data governance and operate under independent oversight mechanism. In conclusion, responsible approach requires balancing not just technological innovation, but you'll have to ensure there is accountability, transparency, and respect for human rights. Thank you.
Okay, what are the policy country models you had mentioned?
We are looking at EU and India.
All right, thank you. We can move with the next participant.
Thank you.
So moving on to the next participant, Pranav Kushwaha, with her co-author Achal Jaiswal from Amrita International School of Law and Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you can start.
Good morning,
you are
sir.
audible
My
and
name is Achal Jaiswal, Assistant Professor at Amrita International School of Law, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, Coimbatore. The topic for my presentation is From Protection to Prediction, Algorithmic Governance and the Erosion of Child Privacy. This presentation examines how the algorithmic governance is transforming child privacy from protective right into a predictive mechanism, and why this shift raises an urgent concern for sustainable and ethical AI governance. Can you move on to the next slide? Okay, thank you. Coming on to the introduction, that it talks about what all focuses has to be put on AI governance and when it comes to children into the play. So coming on to this 4 pointers, which is talking about the focuses and what all we need to cater here. First is focus on the children in AI driven governance system. So basically the paper which we have written examines how children increasingly govern with AI driven system rather than the traditional child practices mechanisms which we were following before. For instance, educational platforms, social medias, or healthcare or welfare technologies. Now everything is relying upon the algorithmic assessments that shape the children's experiences and opportunities from the early age rather than it was happening beforehand. Second is shift from protective regulation to the predictive control. Now, the core argument here is that the regulation has shifted from the protecting children from harm to predicting the future behaviors and risk. We are not looking into the things after the harm has occurred. We are looking into the thing and predicting it beforehand. It has already occurred, which has to occur in future. A clear illustration is the use of predictive analytics to label children as at risk, which happens when we look into the school or online platforms. Even before the actual harm has occurred, the children get a label that they are at risk, or they are okay, or they're not okay. The third point is law's inability to regulate the algorithmic inferences. The existing, I can argue that the existing legal framework, whether it is domestic legal framework or international legal framework, primarily regulate data collection and consent. However, they fail to address the algorithmic inferences, where AI systems should infer sensitive traits about children, such as what are their capabilities, what are their vulnerabilities, without even expliciting their data disclosure completely in a full-fledged manner. Last is reframing the child privacy. I'm sorry. Last is reframing the child's privacy as a condition for future autonomy. When predictive system fixes a child's identity too early, such as characterizing their academic profile or academic potential or behavioral risk, they limit the child's ability to grow, change, and redefine themselves. So here the children are constrained in a certain manner and restricted with their abilities and capabilities, which has to be looked into and which has to be framed in such a manner that the future autonomy is taken into existence. Coming on to the next slide, which is what is the problem, what is the statement of problem or context which we are looking upon. So basically, the digital environment in which children grow up today is fundamentally different from earlier regulatory assumption. Earlier it was not the same. Earlier the technologies were not into, so it was not into effect, or was not so much into the era. Children are continuously nowadays engaging with the educational platforms, social media, health technologies, and welfare systems that rely completely on AI and machine learning. These systems do not merely collect data, they analyze the behavioral patterns of the children to predict their future outcomes. This marks a decisive shift from ex post protection, where the harm is addressed after it occurs, to ex ante prediction governance, where basically the intervention occurs before the conduct or risk is materialized. The problem is that the child privacy law remains anchored in a framework where it more focuses on the consent thing, more focuses on notices and data collection. Predictive analytics, on the other hand, however, operates beyond the regulatory touch points, creating a mismatch between the legal and ethical design and technological reality. So all these 4 points written in the statement of problem caters all the points which have been just explained by me, wherein there has to be a certain legal design which has to be framed in order to shift the protection to prediction in a child governance.
Participant move to the recommendation and suggestion.
Okay, sir. So coming on to the suggestion and recommendation. So the paper proposes a shift in a regulatory focus from data collection to predictive impact. This includes placing the substantive limits on high risk predictive profiling of minors, particularly in education field, welfare, and digital platforms, because these are the major areas which these children are more in use in their daily life. Algorithmic inferences should be recognized as a legally categorized capable of producing harm. So basically, what algorithmic inferences are happening, it's not legally categorized, but they have to be recognized as a legally relevant category in this particular area. Child-specific algorithmic impact assessment should be mandated to evaluate the bias, the accuracy, the long-term long-term consequences and cumulative surveillance's effect. Transparency obligations must be meaningful and accompanied by institutional accountability. The objective is not to resist the innovation, but it is to ensure that AI governance remains compatible with children's right and sustainable human development. Across jurisdictions, if we see, there are ongoing debates about adequacy of the existing privacy laws in addressing the algorithmic and predictive harms of the children's right. For instance, there are recent scholarly and practitioners analysis where it emphasizes how AI systems in education and social media may override the child's agencies and child's privacy, underscoring the gap in the current framework. But it has not been catered fully by any of the countries. If we talk about EU, or if we talk about the Child's Online Privacy Protection Act, which is been governed, there also the more focus is given on what is it's given on more on the consent, on the age limit, but not on the algorithmic inferences, not on the predictive inferences, which has to be catered, which has to be taken care of. When it comes to India also, the DPDP Act, there is a section which is given in the DPDP Act, which is giving that the parents consent is going to be more into effect, rather than looking into how the child needs to understand, and how much the parent knows about the before giving the consent, about the websites which is happening, about the things which is happening. There is one single app which is given on the platform of education edtech app, and that the child starts responding to that answer, responding to the engagement things, and on the basis of that, before even knowing the child's capability or vulnerability, they decide, and the training is given accordingly to that child. So these AI and predictive harms which is happening has to be catered in a legal manner, and that is what I am talking about in this paper with my co-author. Thank you so much from my side.
Okay, there's no question as such for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we can move ahead with the next participant.
So, moving on to the next participant, S.S. Sneha Dutt from Christ University.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you're audible
Yes,
and visible.
you can
Okay.
start.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sneha Dutt, and I am privileged to present my paper titled When Machine Creates Rethinking the Authorship in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. So, this study begins with a simple question, that is, what happened when something valuable like a poem, a music, a painting that is created while using AI? So, this question not only challenges our copyright law but also tests our philosophical understanding of what mean to create, to own, and ultimately to be a human. So, moving towards the background and context, so artificial intelligence has begun to transform once what we thought exclusively human territory, that is creativity. Today, algorithm can compose music, write novel, and generate a digital art, and even produce a scientific hypothesis. While this represent an extraordinary innovation, it also destabilizes of the foundation of copyright law, which is for centuries has assumed that creativity is an act of human intention and the moral agencies. So the treaties like the Berne Convention and the TRIPS Agreement were drafted around the idea that the author is someone who is capable of reason, will, and accountability. So when the creation occurs without the human intent, the system struggles. Like there is a value, but there is no legal recognize a creator. So that is the paradox where my research begins. So moving towards the research question, there is three question that drives this study. So first is that how should the international copyright system conceptualize the authorship in the context of AI generated work, as like a continuation of human creativity or as a distant legal category? Second, who should be a rightful hold ownership or a moral responsibility for the creation made by the autonomous system, the programmer, the operator, or perhaps no one at all? And third is that can a global intellectual property law evolve into a human centered yet globally harmonized model that promotes sustainable creative ecosystem rather than monopolistic control? So these questions structure both the analysis and the recommendation that follows. So moving towards the philosophical foundation, so to address the those questions that I have stated above, we must first revisit the philosophical root of authorship. So in the classical theory, the John Locke principle linked that the property is like the effect of the creation, like we own what we put labor in. And the Emmanuel later defined defined the creation act an act of rational will with an extension of moral autonomy. And the Hegel saw creative work as a projection of one's personality into the world. Together, these three theories made a creative inseparable from the human identity. Yet, artificial intelligence disrupts all three foundations. It creates without labor, without will, and even without personality. So, this is not just a mere legal problem, it's a philosophical crisis about the meaning of creation itself. So, traditionally, the originality meant a direct link between the author's mind and the creative output. But with the artificial intelligence, the originality is now like measured strategically by a novelty of pattern or probability of a difference. So these systems generate a content without self-awareness, combining a fragment of existing
Participant,
data
move
to
to the recommendation.
sorry.
Move to the recommendation.
Uh, okay. Uh, so the moving towards my recommendation is that first to establish a WIPO protocol on AI and creativity to harmonize a global standardize. Then second to require a national copyright laws to include the human oversight clauses so that every AI generated work has a traceable human supervisor. And also to create a creative registry linked with the WIPO databases for the transparency. And fourth, to support an open licensing and global south capacity building, like to ensure equitable participation in AI cultural economics. So together these steps helps to transform a copyright from a system of control into a mechanism of global cooperation. So to conclude, like artificial intelligence is not merely changing how we create, it is focusing on how like to rethink like why we protecting creativity at all. Authorship has always symbolized the human desire to make meaning, to leave a trace of self in the world. Machine can now imitate that we process, but they can also experience it. The challenge of law and policy therefore is not to like the humanize the machine, but to ensure that the technology remains in the service of human creativity and collective good. So when machine creates, it's our ethical and legal responsibility to decide whether that creation enriches the humans or it erases it. So in building future of intellectual property, we must preserve what creation of truly human imagination, intention, and justice. Thank you.
Okay, so participant, what do you believe? The AI should get a protection or should not get a protection?
Okay, sir, that I believe that artificial intelligence, like by its nature, it lacks consciousness, intent, and a moral agency. So the three philosophical pillars that makes authorship meaningful in law and ethics law. So the copyright historically was never about rewarding a mere production. It was about the recognition of the creators personality, labor, and responsibility as expressed through the work. So AI does not labor, it's does not choose the purpose, and it cannot bear responsibility. So therefore AI itself should not be recognized as a legal author.
All right, yeah. We can move ahead with the next participant.
Am I audible and visible? Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you're audible and visible too. So
Uh,
moving on to the next participant, Shravan Venkat Ramkumar from VIT University.
Uh, Greetings to everyone. Thank you for having me at Second International Conference on Creativity, Innovation, and Artificial Intelligence for Global Sustainability 2026. I am Shravan, and I am going to present my paper titled "Sustainable Innovation Through Secrecy: Protecting AI Intellectual Property in Global Digital Economy." Before moving ahead with the introduction, this paper was started with the research problem of finding what is the best method of saving AI intellectual property. This research moves with the introduction that the power of AI and the need for protection. Artificial intelligence has become the backbone of modern businesses and sustainability efforts, from climate modeling to resource optimization and ethical decision making. The power of AI, the core power of AI has been laid in two core assets: data sets and algorithms. The data sets, the high quality curated training material that determines the model performance, and the algorithms, the sophisticated training models, architectures, and hyperparameters that companies invest millions to develop. These represent enormous commercial investments, but with great great comes with great risks, especially in the fast moving globally connected digital world. Moving ahead, why patents and copyrights fall short for AI? The traditional IP tools struggle to protect AI efficiently. Patent requires public disclosure, face strict novelty and non-obvious tests, and lasts up to only 20 years, completely mismatched with the AI rapid evolution. In contrast, moving forward to the copyright, it only gives limited protection for the source code. But
Participant, you can move with the challenges and then recommendation.
okay, sir. The challenges that has been observed in this research are there is a when the AI has been trained with the open source, there is a risk of wo- being it disclosed, and there is no confidentiality that has been maintained, and the strict norms uh, that has been made on GDPR and explainability, which awaits the secrecy and the cyber threats and the employee mobility. And moving ahead with the recommendations, there is a strong need for global guidelines, and there is a need for international coordination, balanced and ethical innovation and policies. Moving forward with the conclusion, in conclusion, trade secrets provide more sustainable, flexible, and long-term protection for AI, allowing companies to protect investments while the world needs urgently to collaborate progressively toward global sustainability. What is the takeaway, sir? There is a strong need for global coordination, and there is a strict need for getting international clear guidelines. And there is a need for balanced policies that protect innovation without sacrificing the transparency and ethical accountability. Thank you.
So, participant, specifically when you talk about the trade secret and the artificial intelligence, both are not proportionate. They are inversely proportionate. But when we take the benefit out of AI, it is only when we can disclose our information and we can feed the information. But when we looked into it, the objective of trade secret is to keep the information secret, not to disclose it. So I
Yes,
feel
sir.
there is a gap between the topic and in relation with the paper. Try to look into where what the scopes like in relation with the AI and the like the secrecy as you mentioned in the topic. Try to look
Yeah.
into DPDPA Digital Data Protection Act of 2023 along with the other legislations. You had mentioned GDPR, but again GDPR also it's not perfectly aligned. You can look into the TRIPS agreement of Article 27, like which refers to the uses of the trade secrets and the other. So try to
Yes, sir.
refer
I have
all this.
already noted in my paper that
Yes,
aspect.
try to refer all this because there's a loose connection between your topic. Try to look into it. All right.
Okay, sir.
Yes, we can move ahead with the next participant.
Okay, so moving on to the next participant, Shefali from Faculty of Law, University of Delhi.
Visible also.
You are audible and visible too.
Okay. Uh, so can I start with my presentation?
Yes, Shefali, you can start.
Okay. When humans first reached space, the biggest question was whether we could survive there. Today, the bigger question is who owns space, who controls it, and who will bear the consequences of exploring it. So, good morning, sir, and the viewers. I today will be presenting the paper titled The New Era of Space Exploration, Legal Framework and Consideration. Our paper examines how space exploration has entered a new commercial era while space law remains largely rooted in the Cold War period. So, space exploration began with Sputnik 1 in 1957, driven by scientific curiosity and geopolitical rivalry. Over time, it evolved into lunar missions, satellite technology, and international cooperation. However, today, space is no longer explored only by the states, but private companies like Blue Origin, SpaceX, and Virgin Galactic are actively involved in space tourism and resource exploration, raising serious legal and ethical concern. The shift forces us to ask, is space being explored for the benefit of mankind or for those who can afford it? Now, coming to the international legal framework, the foundation of international space law is the OST, that is the Outer Space Treaty of 1967. So it establishes four key principles. Firstly, space must be exclusively used for peaceful purposes. No nation can claim sovereignty over moon or other celestial bodies. Thirdly, states are liable for damage caused by their space activities, and then the space is the province of all mankind. However, it does not regulate the private commercial activities, environmental damage, or space or tourism safety. To address these gaps, the Moon Treaty of 1979 was introduced, declaring Moon as CHM, that is Common Heritage of Mankind, and emphasizing also on the environmental protection that was lacking in the earlier OST, Outer Space Treaty. But crucially, no major spacefaring nation has ratified it, making it largely ineffective. This brings us to the central vacuum in the modern space exploration. So, as I stated that there is a lack of strong international enforcement. So, for that, countries turn to national space laws. For instance, there is U.S. Commercial Space Launch Competitiveness Act 2015, which allows U.S. companies to extract and own space resources. Similar laws exist in Luxembourg and also in UAE. Although these laws avoid sovereignty claims, they indirectly contradict with the non-appropriation principle of international space law. Further, Artemis Accords of 2020, it also represents a new contemporary multilateral framework promoting peaceful cooperation, safety zones, and resource utilization. While progressive, they risk creating fragmented state governance driven by strategic alliances rather than universal consensus. Now, our paper also recognized three key legal challenges. First one being the property and the ownership rights. So international law prohibits ownership, yet national laws allows commercial extraction and also ownership, as we have seen in the case of the US. So this loophole like also has benefited the countries like the US, which granted property rights over extracted materials to private players through their national laws. Next is the liability and safety concerns. So there are no standardized safety protocols for space tourists, unlike aviation law. The next concern is the environment protection. So rocket launches causes extreme carbon emission, ozone depletion, and also space debris. Yet enforcement mechanism remain weak. Importantly, not everyone will go to space, but not everyone will go to space, but everyone on earth will bear the environmental consequences of space activities. Now coming to the Indian perspective and the conclusion. So India is an emerging space power with missions like Chandrayaan 2 and Chandrayaan 3, and future also plans for space station. So recently on June 25, 2025, Shubhanshu Shukla became the first astronaut to land on ISS through Axiom Mission 4. He has also surpassed the record of Rakesh Sharma and is now the longest surviving Indian astronaut in space. While India has signed major space treaties and joined also the Artemis Accords, it still lacks a comprehensive national space law. Though India also came up with the Space Activities Bill of 2017, but it lacks operational clarity. So we have already seen what unregulated exploitation has done to the earth. So if we repeat the same mistakes in space, there will be nothing left to escape to. Therefore, we through this paper argue that the future of space exploration must be guided by updated international agreements, balancing the commercial interest among nations, environmental protection, safety, and equitable access, and more importantly, international cooperation. So, space must remain a shared heritage and not a privatized frontier. Thank you.
Okay. Participant, I don't have any question for you. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. We can move ahead with the next participant.
Okay, sir. So moving on to the next participant,
meeting.
Dr. Astitya Bhargava from National Law Institute, University of Bhopal, with her co-author V. Leela Krishna.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Vilela Krishna. I am pursuing my PhD in National Institute University, Bhopal. I am presenting with this paper along with my co-author, Dr. Astitya Bhargava. The title of the paper is Ecological Sovereignty and the Data Carbon Lecture, the regulatory framework for the security sustainability paradox for the big data processing. So if we look at this, the processing of the big data, as big data is considered the new oil, whereas each and every industry in our world is looking towards the processing of big data. The processing of the big data has been immersed with enormous costs as well. The cost regarding when the data is being processed, it consumes a lot of energy, a lot of water, and all the natural resources. So if you look at the current data protection or data processing laws which are available for suppose GDPR and India's DPDP Act, it only specifies about mandating certain efficient security practices to process data. Even mandating the security practices, it incurs a lot of energy waste as well. So the data processing has become a new environmental pollutant. So to safeguard our earth, to safeguard our natural resources, along with the data protection, this paper argues to have another kind of aspect to safeguard the sustainable environment. How it can happen? So this paper is majorly about how the environment will also be protected along with the data protection as well. So if we look at this, as I already previously mentioned, the security, we are living in a security sustainability paradox, whereas the main goal is to move beyond the security. We need to think about the right to sustainable privacy, whereas the individual's right should also be protected along with the protection of environment, as each and every individual has a duty to protect the environment. So if you look, the main objective of the research is to propose a framework for this. So the framework which will be proposed with this paper is the data carbon ledger, which is just like any other environmental impact assessment or even the data impact assessment which is mandated by the GDPR. So if you look at the conceptual analysis, we need to move from digital sovereignty to ecological sovereignty, whereas the data set should be considered as a biophysical entity. we should not only speak about data protection, we should not only speak about data sovereignty, but we also speak about ecological sovereignty, whereas each and every member state has an obligation to protect the environment. So to do that, the the states must be accountable. The states must frame a framework, whereas it leads that the data process, who process the data, should also be made accountable. So how the shift would happen? So if we look at the existing literature about the data protection and data processing only concentrated on the development of infrastructure for big data processing, but it didn't even mention about the e-waste and the sustainable development. So there is a missing gap in it. Whereas the missing
Participant
gap
move to the challenges and recommendations.
Sure. The missing gap is that we need to look about the privacy, security, and sustainability framework. So, please give me a minute. I will, in a brief, I will specify about the framework. This here, the data carbon ledger is a kind of ledger which is to be maintained. That ledger will calculate the carbon emissions which are generated by the data processing. So the carbon emissions will be equated with the carbon per byte mechanism. What is a carbon byte mechanism? The bits of data processing units, the bits will be transformed into grams of CO2, and such calculation would be used to measure how much of carbon which is emitted by those kind of the data centers. So usually the environmental impact assessments, the data protection impact assessments, all these only specifies about periodical compliance mechanisms. Instead of that, we will we should move towards the real time lively audit management, whereas such audit should happen by providing a live feed. So there is a rapid shift with the penalty mechanisms, as well as the Data Protection Act and other laws specify penalties with the imposition of fines. But instead of fines, our regulatory mechanism should move towards the data carbon debt, whereas the entities which has released more carbon, it should be made accountable for that excess carbon waste, and it should take certain measures to protect the environment. So if you look at that, if the data protection compared to law, if we make certain changes, whereas if we make certain amendments regarding with the data protection and data security, by adding this about the environmental ecological sustainability, it will be fruitful. So with this, the ultimate aim is that by protecting the individual's privacy and data protection, it will also lead to the protection of environment as well. Whereas, as the constitution says, the entities, the state, the individuals should think about the larger public interest. Here the larger public interest is to protect the environment. So by concluding this by specifying that we should amend the laws that specify about reasonable security, should by adding about the digital environmental assessment as well, by specifying an eco mandates, whereas the concerned rights and obligations will also be given to data protection authorities. So this is about my paper, and thank you for giving this opportunity to me.
Okay, participant, I don't have any question for you. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Yes,
So
host.
moving on to the next participant, Advocate Arif. Yes, sir.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. You can start your presentation.
Okay, sure. Okay. Good afternoon. Thanks for having me here. I feel really proud and honored to have this opportunity to present my paper. So the title of my paper is The Algorithmic Intruder, Artificial Intelligence and the Violation of Right to Privacy under Article 17 of ICCPR. So this paper seeks to explore how emerging technologies, particularly artificial intelligence, challenge established human rights framework, and what are the future challenges towards the privacy and our dignity in the digital age. Next slide, please. Ma'am, can you move to the next slide? Yes, thank you.
Participant, you can change the slide by yourself. There is an option you can change by yourself also.
Yes, sorry, sir. I can't see that option here.
You have to just click on the slide, you will get the option.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. So our privacy is not lost, rather it is never truly protected. So it is why we can say that in digital age, privacy is a myth. So every time we go online, every time we use the smartphone, we leave a trace behind us. And the reality is absolute data privacy for everyone who is participating in the digital era does not exist. So the question is whether the privacy can perfectly be preserved. And the real question is, how do we reclaim dignity and control in the world where surveillance is the default? So today, I'll be having a discussion on the critical examination of the collision between two powerful forces. One is the restless advancement of the artificial intelligence and the enduring human rights to the privacy. The research provides a vital legal and ethical framework for understanding this conflict. It argues that our fundamental protections are being silently compromised by the unregulated development itself, and it is a conversation that matters for the policymaker, technologists, and everyone who are the users, who are the digital citizens in today's world. So this paper, I have tried to examine how contemporary artificial intelligence system through data collection, processing, profiling, and automated decision-making violate right to privacy as protected under the Article 17 of ICCPR. So there are some hypotheses, if I say, AI system by design enable interference that are frequently unlawful. Also, traditional privacy protections do not adequately cover the algorithmic intrusions. And thirdly, there is a significant governance gap in holding states and private sector liable or accountable for the AI-driven privacy violations. So let's see some a simple reality. AI is no longer a science fiction. It has become a part and parcel of our day-to-day life. So artificial intelligence drives powerful data that we're sharing every day. AI system learn by consuming vast amount of personal information. The core problem here is the mismatch between the speed, the scale, and the unregulated development of the artificial intelligence. International conventions, which I have mentioned, like the ICCPR, it was developed when there was no AI. There was physical search or telephone phone calls. So, as a result, it could not foresee an era where algorithmic profiling, our digital footprint can interfere our sexuality, our political thinking, political learning, or even our mental state. So, my research tries to explore this gap. The primary objective here is to assess whether the operation of modern AI constitute a violation of Article 70 of ICCPR, which guarantees freedom from arbitrary and unlawful interference to our privacy. So the core question here is that whether our most valuable privacy protections are obsolete in the face of algorithmic intruder. So let's explore the Article 17 a bit. Article 17 says that it provides protection against arbitrary and unlawful interference with our privacy. So this paper will try to break down this into two barriers. Number one is unlawful interferences. Any interference must be based on domestic law, and that domestic law must be publicly accessible, precise, and predictable. And second one, and the most important one, is that arbitrary interferences. This is the heart of the analysis of my paper, because even if an interference is technically lawful, it must not be arbitrary. So according to the United Nations Human Rights Committee, This means that any interference must be necessary for the legitimate purpose or aim, and it must be proportionate. And thirdly, and the most important, that it must be subject to procedural safeguard. So this paper's central thesis is that AI systems, by their very design, are prone to both unlawful and arbitrary. They lack a clear legal basis till the date, and due to their opacity and scale, they are almost by definition disproportionate. I will skip this part of methodology because I have further discussion ahead. So this paper identifies four key mechanisms where AI acts as intruder. Number one is that mass surveillance. Imagine a person attending a peaceful protest. Public cameras with facial recognition system identify that person. Their image is geolocated and matched with social media platforms. This data is now being stored indefinitely, creating a permanent record and without his consent. So the violation here is that this likely unlawful because no specific law authorized this persistent biometric record of the protester, and arbitrary identification and indefinite storage of disproportionate data without his consent. Second one is that data fusion. Again, consider an individual whose face is captured by a smart doorbell and his movement is being recorded by the public camera. These two unrelated data points are fused by an AI to create a persistent, trackable biometric profiling. And this system can now infer his movement, his social habit, and even his health condition. So the violation
Participant
here
needs
is
to
that.
recommendation.
Okay. So my recommendations here is that my recommendations are very particular and to the point. Number one, uh, legislate for transparency. We have to mandate algorithmic impact assessment for the high risk AI system and require explainability of automated decisions. Number two is the empowerment of the independent oversight. We have to create specialized regulatory agency with the technical and legal authority, soundness, and capability, with the full authority to audit the AI system in both public and private sectors. We cannot leave any sector behind. Number three is that enforce individual rights, guarantees not just theoretical but practical enforceable rights to access, correct, and most importantly and most critically, erase data used in AI profilings about individuals after they are being used or after the purpose has been served. Number four is that foster global cooperation, develop international standards for cross-border data flows and AI ethics, recognizing that digital intrusions respect no borders. So that draws the conclusion of my research or the paper is that let me ask a haunting question, which is essential. If the algorithms are becoming the new arbiter of our privacy lives, who ultimately arbitrates the algorithms? So this concludes my paper here. Thanks for your time. Thanks for your patience. So I would invite any questions or any thought or any valuable recommendation from here. Thanks. Thank you
Yeah.
so much for your time.
When we look about the surveillance mechanism for the algorithm, one of the major arguments the state provides, that is the state surveillance. Okay, we have to looked into the citizens, or we have to look into my pupil just to provide them with a better service, better security. So how your paper addresses this concern of state surveillance, how it is justifiable? Have you mentioned it?
Uh, I have added this particular portion in my paper as well. Sometimes state impose surveillance in the name of public order or public necessity. I argued that it must be reasonable and it must be regulated by a law, specific law. And in another paper which I have developed, which is in perspective of Bangladesh, I have argued that it must be constitutional. There should be a constitutional safeguarding for the surveillance, and national law or statutory law should be made or should be developed for make this more accessible, more reasonable, and more proportionate. Public should have access to question the surveillance when they are being imposed in the name of public order or public safety or national security itself.
Mr.
So this is
Rahman,
my
you
argument.
can You can refer to the report of United Nations Security Council regarding the surveillance, state surveillance, and the uses of data. So that report, try to refer it in your paper to give a concise and precise recommendations policy.
Thank you so much
All
for
right.
valuable
Yeah.
comments, sir. I will
All right. That's
try
all.
to.
We can move ahead with the next participant.
Thank you so much.
So moving on to the next participant, Sumanta Narayan.
Yes, participant,
Yes,
you can start.
participant, you can start.
You are not
You are
audible.
not audible.
Mr. Narayan, you are
Mr.
not
Narayan,
audible.
you are not audible.
Mr. Narayan, kindly unmute yourself and speak. Try to speak,
Try
Mr.
to speak,
Narayan.
Mr. Narayan.
No, you are not audible.
You are not
Host,
audible.
is he
Host,
audible
is
to
you?
you? Host, is he
No, sir.
audible?
Mr. Narayan is not
Mr.
audible.
Narayan is not audible.
Okay.
Okay.
You might be facing some issues, Mr.
You
Narayan. You can
can
try
try
after one participant.
participant.
Try your network, try to resolve it. Yeah. Yeah, we can move ahead with the next participant.
Okay, sir. So moving on to the next participant, Renu from Dr. RML NLU.
Yes, you are audible and visible. You can start.
Yes. Greetings to the panel. This is Reenu Razora, a PhD scholar from Dr. Ram Manohar Lohia National Law University, and my co-author Pooja Kusum, a PhD scholar from Galgotia University, Greater Noida, is presenting this paper on title Creative and AI-driven Innovations in its Smart City Infrastructure for Global Sustainability and India-Centric Critical Analysis. So, why does the need for writing this paper arises? The basic need is that because of the urban sustainability challenges India is facing right now. India is having a population of 1.4 billion and still exceeding. And we can observe urban growth of 400 million right now. Cities occupy a small portion of Earth's land but consume the majority of global energy and contribute significantly to greenhouse gas emission. With urban population expanding rapidly, particularly in developing economies, sustainable infrastructure has become critical for global governance. India is projected to add nearly 400 million urban residents by 2050, which is also our target of Indian governance, placing immense pressure on existing infrastructure and natural resources. There are if we talk about the sustainability, they are also part of UN Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDG 9, 11, 12, and 13. If we talk about these SDG Sustainable Development Goals, which says that industrial innovations and infrastructure, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, and climate absorption, respectively, as stated in the PPT. I have also mentioned about the countries which are right now using AI innovations in their countries for handling these challenges. For example, the Barcelona, Singapore, Amsterdam. These are the countries which are using AI integration across transport and utilities, human-centric design with strong data protection, citizen oriented digital ecosystem with participatory governance. If we talk about how India is including AI driven innovations in our country, so there are area so there the missions for smart city and the innovation which it is using are area based development, in which they target infrastructure improvement in selected urban zones. There are the second initiative which it is using is pen city initiative, in which they are focusing on smart mobility, GPS enabled public transport, and the intelligence to cater the traffic and to uh, maintain the traffic systems. Next is digital platforms to integrate command and control centers for urban monitoring. And the last one is citizen services, enhanced service delivery through data driven programs. The last one is also seen in other countries where uh, drones are used to deliver the products to the consumers so as to avoid the traffic. The AI application across urban systems which are used is that which are following: intelligent traffic management, smart energy grids, water and waste management, public safety surveillance. If we talk about the water and waste management, so they are AI sensor detectors which detect the leaks. If there is any leak in the pipelines or in the water management system, they monitor the quality of water, they optimize collection routes and reduce non revenue water losses. These are the AI applications which are used by other countries too, and which are to be also integrated in Indian governance. And the main is that public safety surveillance, which is to integrate command center, aggregate CCTV data and the emergence system and predictive analytic for coordinated governance. If we look at the cost which AI driven initiative will consume when integrated in our system to for a smart city infrastructure, the global electricity which is consumed by data center alone is 2%, while AI driven system promise.
Participant move to the recommendation and suggestion.
Sure, sir. So if we talk about the recommendations, so we are integrating AI driven initiatives, but there are gaps also. The first one we can talk about the algorithmic gaps. The second is digital exclusion, and the third is algorithmic opacity. So there will be no accountability as such, that why such decisions are taken by the AI. So this create a huge gap in accountability and transparency. And India, being a country which is a hybrid of constitutional rights and to maintain the privacy of a individual, uh, we need to see that how this dilemma of these two things will be catered by the courts. And aligning creativity and innovations with long-term sustainability goals remain not merely a technical task but a fundamentally political and ethical one too.
Okay. So participant, you had mentioned about the infrastructure and the uses of AI. So
Yes,
what
sir.
you think? Like if we increase the uses of if like AI in within the infrastructure, does it reduce the global environment challenge, and will it make a way towards sustainable future?
So, sir, there are many initiatives which are taken by the government to include AI in its smart city mission. For example, we talk about smart mobility. So, there is intelligent traffic management system, smart parking, cycle sharing, GPS enable public transport, and unified payment cards for seamless travel. So, all these initiative, if we look at, definitely they will help in creating an environment which is more sustainable. So somehow it will affect the environment, it will be for the benefit.
Okay, now looking into the suggestions, there are some critiques for the users of AI. If we
Yes, sir.
see for even like one prompt, AI requires to give the answer, and that particular prompt means prompt output requires a 1 liter of water for getting it energy. So
Yes,
these are
sir.
the statistics which is coming forth regarding these uses. So again, when we in other way we say the AI is giving a sustainable future regarding the
Hmm.
management of the environment. In other way, the AI which requires the energy to get it output, the energy is coming from sources which is exploiting the resource. So try to look into this aspect in your paper and to come up with a suitable solution for this.
So, sir, if I talk about this, so obviously the energy consumption, as I have mentioned in one of my slide, is 2% globally. So one side, obviously it is consuming energy, but if we look at the GPS enabled public transport, so at this point it is somehow also saving energy. So we avoid the routes which is congested and full of traffic. So we so it shows us a route which does not have traffic. So everyone uses GPS nowadays, so it has red colored line there, so we avoid it. So it's like somehow we are using it somewhere, but we are also saving it somewhere else because of the AI initiatives.
But that cost profit analysis has to come up with the analogy. We cannot go with more cost than its profit, right?
Yes,
So
definitely, sir,
yes,
there should
so
be
try to
analysis of
come
it.
up with this like study in your paper. All right,
Okay, sir.
thank you for your presentation. Now we can
Thank you,
move
sir.
with the part Chaturvedi. Yes.
Hello, everyone. I hope I'm audible. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity for letting me present the paper. Uh, as previous authors have also discussed many times, that the regulation of AI is really important, and that is what we are also focusing on, the regulation of AI. However, we are focusing on on a very distinct aspect of AI, that is the agentic AI. I'm here with my co-author Kirti, and we'll take you through the whole system, story, where we'll initially talk you through the definitions of the agentic AI. Then we'll talk you through the market and economic relevance. We'll talk you who are the key. We'll talk about who are the key stakeholders, what are the key power interest matrix who can take actually influence policy making and regulations. Then we'll take you through a comparative study of the global frameworks on agentic AI. We'll talk you through what India is doing, and then we'll talk about the recommendations. So I'll just begin the presentation. Uh, is it how am I going to start? Okay, sorry. So we'll start with what is agentic AI. In the digital transformation journey of both the state as well as the private sectors, there have been talks about how AI is the future of the technology, but the future is already here, and sadly, it is unregulated. Agentic AI, unlike the other forms of AI systems like generative AI, which are based on prompts, agentic AI is different as it is employed by as a system of autonomous decision making, and it can take decisions across sectors, which including say finance, logistics, cybersecurity, and also public service delivery. What happens is when now machines do not need any human supervisions, they can interact with other systems within the organization, and they can also interact externally with other systems, and they continuously learn and adapt over time, creating bringing in the theory of black box behavior, as they adapt to the behaviors of the users as well as the other systems. Now, there has been a shift to from as I mentioned, from human in the loop to a system level autonomy. AI decision. So there, since they are interconnected and they interact with other systems across the web, it is also called an agentic web. This creates a system, an issue of not only cyber security, but an issue to the national security, as well as the information is secured across systems across the geographies. Now, agentic AI is also very important because the state as well as the private sector specifically has been investing a lot heavily in this. Uh, it is by Gartner, which is a research organization, according to its report, by 2028, agentic AI will power 33% of the enterprise software and will oversee 15% of workplace decisions, which includes our HR and legal operations. And also, it will guide employee behavior for 40% of the firms. Deloitte says that 80% of Indian firms are already exploring agentic AI, and 26% firms are already in active deployment, including my own. So I work at Tech Mahindra, and my tech and similar tech firms are investing heavily in their own agentic AI systems. So, for example, recently Microsoft entered into a strategic partnership with four of Indian key companies: TCS, Infosys, Wipro, and Cognizant, and the agreement includes that they have to deploy 50,000 licenses of Microsoft AI systems. Now, we move on to why. So, since we established that the importance of AI and the market significance and investment in the systems, we need to understand
Participant,
why.
move to the recommendation.
Sorry,
Move to the recommendation.
we'll move to the recommendations. Okay, just give me a minute. My co-author will read to you a little part of the Indian regulations, and then we'll quickly move on to the recommendations.
Moving forward with the recommendations, our paper suggests certain roadmaps for agentic AI governance. The first should be the first recommendation. First, our recommendation is the enactment of statutory risk-based framework for agentic AI. Secondly, we also suggest the mandatory ex ante authorization for high-risk systems, and we also suggest that there should be the defined allocation of duties with risk-based liability and the life cycle oversight to ensure continuous compliances and accountability. Further, we also recommend that there is a need to formulate a defined AI governance system that should integrate the competition regulations and allow safe testing through regulatory sandboxes and ensures the transparency and public accountability. Further, we also focuses on the data protection and cybersecurity. And finally, we recommend to establish a specialized AI regulatory authority. So this has been our recommendation as per our research.
We are welcome for any questions. Yeah.
Participant, I don't have any question for you. Thank you. We can move ahead with the next participants.
Okay, thank you.
So, moving on to the next participant, Priyanshu Mehta from Presidential University, Bangalore.
Good morning, everyone. Hello, am I audible?
Hello.
Yes, you are audible and visible too.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us today. So, I am Priyanshu Mehta, and along with my co-author Kumar Prabhakar from Presidency University, Bangalore, I will be presenting our paper titled AI-driven Public Administrations, Regulation Gaps, Democratic Oversight, and Policy Futures. Today, government are no longer governed only by human officials; they are increasingly governed by algorithms. Welfare list, risk scores, tax flags, policing predictions, all are being shaped by artificial intelligence. Our paper asks a simple but a dangerous question. What happened to democracy when the state start thinking in code instead of reasons? Artificial intelligence is rapidly becoming the nervous system of the modern state. Across the world, government use AI for welfare allocation, urban planning, immigration control, and law enforcement. This shift promises speed and efficiency, but it also replaces human judgment without automated logic. Public administration was designed to be transparent, accountable, reviewable. Algorithms are often opaque, unexplainable, and unchallengeable. This creates a constitutional tension between smart governance and democratic governance. Uh, our research focus on three core objectives. First, to examine how AI is transforming public administrations. Second, to assess its impact on transparency, accountability, and administrative discretion. Third, to evaluate whether traditional administrative law principles are capable of controlling algorithmic decision making. In short, we can ask, can 20th century administrative law regulate 21st century algorithmic states? Uh, Literature reveals a clear pattern. AI systems increase efficiency but reduce explainability. Scholars consistently warn about algorithmic bias, execution of vulnerable groups, automated decision opacity. Empirical studies shows that as AI adoption increases, democracy accountability decreases. We identify a structural problem in global AI governance. Regulation is principle
Participant
heavy.
move to the challenges and then recommendations.
Okay, my co-author will continue.
Okay, for the challenges, our research it does not oppose the use of AI in public administration, but the recommendation is that it suggests strongly cautions against its unregulated deployment. We recommend a right-based legal framework that mandates the transparency and a legally enforceable right to explain for automated decisions to ensure meaningful human oversight and algorithms that assist rather than replacing public officials. Because if AI is taking over the public administration, the main challenge will be the public officials and their insights in it. So it establishes independent statutory AI regulators with audit and enforcement powers instead of purely ethical bodies, and harmonizes AI governance with constitutional principles of accountability, fairness, and due process. So, without such reforms, AI will ultimately weaken democratic legitimacy and public trust in governance. So, for the conclusion, AI is transforming the administrative state permanently, and it has taken a revolutionary step in the field of the public governance and the public welfare. So, the study basically focuses on the rights which are more of risk-oriented regulations, and also it includes the transparency along with the auditability and the human control that must be mandatorily regulated. So here we will be concluding our presentation, and we are open for the questions.
Okay, so participant, have you mentioned any of the country model regarding your conclusions or the remarks?
Yes, in our paper we have Yeah, so in our paper, we have mentioned the European Union AI Acts. We have compared its insights with the OECD principles, and we have taken this into account the in the efficiency of the AI regarding the public administration and governance.
All right. Thank you. We can move ahead with the next participant.
Thank you so
Yes,
much.
thank you.
We
Okay,
can
moving on
now
to the next participant, Anurag Chaudhary.
host. Now we can take Mr. Narayan first. Then we'll move ahead with the next one.
Okay, sir. Okay, sure, sir.
Mr. Narayan,
Mr. Narayan,
you were still not. You were not
you were
audible. Your
not
voice is.
audible. Your voice is.
No, it's not
No, it's
audible.
not audible.
Mr. Narayan, you
Mr.
can take
Narayan,
it
you can take it
from any
from any
person
person
level,
level,
and you can
and you can
rejoin. Try
rejoin.
to rejoin.
Try to rejoin.
We'll call you
We'll
after
call
one
you
part.
after one part.
Yes, host. We can move with the next.
So, sure, sir. So, moving on to the next participant, Anurag Chaudhary from Sardar Patel's Bharati Institute of Law.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible
Yes,
and
you're
visible.
audible.
You can start.
Okay. Okay, thank you, sir. So, my name is Anurag Chaudhary, and I'm going to present my paper on digital childhood under watch, human right implications of algorithmic surveillance on children. This whole study accumulates three major areas. The first one is this algorithmic surveillance, your digital watch, and human right perspective with respect to your children. And when it comes to this human right perspective, it will be covered under the conventions on child on human right. And so, as an introductory portion, this framework, there is this traditional system that childhood has been understood as a protected sphere of human development, which is characterized by their experimentations, their mistake, imagination, and privacy. However, in this digital sphere, the normative understanding has been fundamentally disrupted. Children today are born in such an ecosystem where algorithmic surveillance is not episodic and but continuous in nature. From the moment when any sort of child interact with his or her smartphone or via any educational app or a smart toy or school issued devices which are basically issued by your educational institution, they are subject to constant data extraction and behavioral tracking and predictive profiling. This mark a shift from this childhood as a space of becoming, meaning thereby that a sphere of understanding nature and moving ahead to childhood as a space of monitoring and optimizing. This research helps to understand the structural transformation of children, not merely from the technological development, but also as a human right crisis. Algorithmic surveillance as a form of power. So, in this whole system, we can understood that this system not traditionally collecting the data, what data needs to be collected, or how long the data will be stored, but also there have been various scholars which have clearly stated that there is this digital doubling description is there, meaning thereby a data-based version of child that increasingly determine what content the children will see, how the teacher will assess them, whether the social service flag their family, and how the platform predict their future behavior. From the human right perspective, this deeply problematic because the power is exercised without consent, transparency, and accountability. Why the children are uniquely vulnerable? Though various, I have pointed out various reasons for that. The algorithmic surveillance is particularly harmful to children because the first and foremost lack of informed consent, meaning thereby children cannot meaningfully understand or negotiate the data practices. Even parental consent is often illusionary, buried under the opaque privacy policy. The second one is the developmental harm. The algorithmic shape the attention of the children, their cognitive. Apart from this, engagement driven system prioritize stimulations over the development, which can reduce the attention span, their addictive behavior, emotional dysregulatory. So this is also one of the reason, and irreversible of data trial, because children are so much into the social media platform, or their data being taken care of, or data being taken by the agencies. So the mistake can be happened by the child, by the children. Record those data will record it permanently and can follow individual into adulthood, affecting their education, employment, and reputation. Now, the human right perspective, as this was one of the key area of my research, there was this central framework which was there laid down by the United Nation Convention on the rights of children, particularly the General Comment number 25. There have been various framework or various article being laid down, and key right implications include, first one, that is the right to privacy, which is there in Article 16, which states the which reflects the
Participant, you are having network issue. Kindly
yeah,
move to the conclusion.
monitoring by this, but Article 12, which deals with right to hear, children have virtually
Participant,
no
conclude.
voice.
Participant, come to the
Yes.
conclusion.
Okay. When it comes to this, prior to that, there is the suggestion I want to put forth, that there needs to be adoption of the child right centric digital governance framework, and apart from this, mandate safety by design and privacy by default standards, and regulate the audit algorithmic system affection. This will play a very fundamental role in order to have that safeguard with respect to the data which will be provided by the individuals. And rest I have mentioned also. When it comes to this conclusion, that the rise of the algorithm surveillance is surveillance has fundamentally transformed the childhood from the protection sphere of the growth to a continuously monitoring digital existence, which needs to be stopped, or which needs to be properly regulated in the sphere. Therefore, there this urgent need of legal, ethical, and regulatory interventions are essential to ensure that technological support rather than undermine the right and well-being of the child. Thank you, sir.
Okay, all right. One more suggestion to your paper. Specifically, you had mentioned that the child is not capable enough to understand and then agree with the consent. That is informed consent. So, like along with the child, parents are also often we see in the South Asian context, the people doesn't read the user agreement. Even the people read, even the well educated people or the well law acute people read the agreements, they often doesn't understand the language the agreement is coming forth. So, what are the probable solutions to this? What are the like framework we can incorporate for making the child conducive environment in the digital space? So, you should look into all those. You can also refer to UNICEF's report on digital health of children. like for looking into and making the more precise policy recommendations.
Sure, sir.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. We can move ahead with the next participant.
Okay, sir. So moving on to the next participant, Ms. Agrita Das from National Law University and Judicial Academy, Assam.
Good afternoon, sir. Can I start? Is my PPT visible?
Yeah, it's visible. You can start.
Yes. A very good afternoon to the respected chairs, distinguished delegates, and all other participants. Today, I am Agrata Das here to present my research paper titled "Preserving Culture, Sustaining Livelihoods: Assessing the Uneven Benefits of Geographical Indications in India." So first, today I would like to firstly examine regarding the geographical indication in India through the lens of climate sustainability, the environment responsibility, and also protecting our cultural heritage. So the core question here is that can GI function as meaningful sustainability tool, or do they only remain as a symbolic legal recognition which detached from ecological and social realities? So to answer this, first we would like to explain what GI actually means. Geographical indication protects the products whose value emerges from a particular specific region or a town or a place, and which has a very specific uniqueness which is mainly associated to that particular place. And when we see from an environmental perspective, GIs are most important because they anchor the production in the local ecosystem often, and they often rely on the local biodiversity or the climate conditions and low impact techniques. So unlike patents and any other IPRs, this is the only IPR which have collective rights, making them especially relevant for protecting the traditional ecological knowledge and cultural heritage. So with this conceptual foundation, I would now like to move into the legal framework that India has in order to protect the GIs of their country. So India's GI framework was designed to protect the regional heritage while protecting the sustainable rural livelihoods. The law explicitly recognizes the community ownership and aims to protect the industrial misappropriation of such traditional knowledge. While the legal intent is strong, the environmental protection and the livelihood security do not automatically follow the legal recognitions. So there is a gap which becomes clear that we look at the scale and speed of how the GI is expanding in our country. So GI expansion and growth rate. So as of 2024, there are more than 630 GIs which has been recorded, which has been registered, and within five different sectors. Like it has five different categories. One is the manufactured goods, handicraft goods, natural goods, foodstuffs, and agricultural goods. These sectors are often celebrated as the climate sensitives. And if we look into the GI Samagam, which has been held last year, January, there our Union Minister of Industry and Commerce has specifically mentioned that by 2023, the government targets to register 10,000 GIs. And thus, this reflects that whether we are only looking into the registration of GI, or we are looking into the livelihood and the growth of the local artisans and the weavers and the producers. So, however, the numerical growth alone does not tell us whether this system are environmentally or socially sustainable in practice. So many GI protected textiles, which relies on, if we talk about the handicraft products, they are mainly relies on the handlooms, natural fibers, natural based dyes, which make it inherently climate friendly. And this aligns with the many SDG goals also related to the responsible production, biodiversity protection. And yet these practices are increasingly vulnerable to climate stress, water scarcity, and market pressures. So when we talk into the GI framework, the main essential part is the authorized user. So a central weakness which lies in the authorized user registration, which determines whether who is legally recognized as a genuine producer. So when environmentally responsible artisans remain unregistered, they loses both legal recognition and economic recognition as well. So in many GIs, as we have 630 GIs, if we look into the past 2 years data, there are many less registered authorized user who in every particular GIs. So to understand how this plays an important role on the ground, I would like to briefly highlight on the key textiles some case studies which I have used here in my paper. First is the case study of Kush shawl, which is an eco-friendly handloom production. Weavers remain independent. Second is the cut. There are three products here which is related to the Gujarat GIs. That is the Kutch shawl, Kutch ajrak, and Matani pacheri. And I have compared it with also the Muga silk and Assamese gamusa of Assam. So when we look into the registered GIs of all these products, then we can see that there are many less number of registered GIs. But when we go into the ground level, we can see that there are many producers who are engaged with this particular.
Participants come to the suggestions and recommendations.
Yes, sir. So, sir, now I would like to look into the current gaps. Coming to the conclusion is that to conclude, I would like to say that geographical indication holds significant responsible for the GIs to be climate sensitive development and cultural continuity. But there needs to be more good framework which look into how the registered proprietor is looking into the authorized user registration, because that is the most important thing of the GIs, and which will uphold the livelihood and economic sustainability, everything of the artisans who has been protecting that particular traditional knowledge for such a long time. With this, I would like to conclude. Thank you, sir.
Okay, participant, you had mentioned about the authorized user, but one of the major challenge, as per my understanding, in the Indian and the South Asian GI registry is there is a less number of registration, and the process of registration is too long. For
Yes, sir.
India, it takes from 1 year, like 18 months, to about 3 to 4 years to get a single GI registration.
Right, sir.
So like, what are the solutions? And if we see the countries like Germany has the highest number of GI registration across the world, and it's increasing day by day. How those
Yes.
countries are coming up with the highest number? So it need this study, like this study need to be conducted with the country specific, where the model country should be Germany. You can refer those and make your study more analytical as well as systematic approach towards these gaps.
Definitely, sir. I will look into it and I will work towards it, sir. Thank you so much.
All right,
Thank you, sir.
we can move ahead with the next participant host.
Okay, so moving on to the next participant, Paridhi James from Modi University of Science and Technology.
Can I start?
Yes, you can
Yes, you
start.
can start.
Okay, Namaskar, sir. I'm Pariti James, and my topic is Green Credits and Environmental Governments, a legal study of India and China. So, why I chose this topic? Because a thought came into my mind that if I do any environmental upliftment activity, will I get any monetary benefits out of it? So, let's explore what is Green Credit System, and it is come under the Lifestyle for Environment initiative in 2023. So what are green credits? It is market-based incentive mechanism. When I said market-based, means there is one buyer and one seller who can be a buyer here. A buyer is of any entity or industry which has to do a CSR obligation or ESG, that is environmental social governance reporting, and any industry which has to complete their obligations related to the environment. And who can be a seller here? That can be any person like me or any entity who can do any kind of enlisted six enlisted that is plantation, afforestation, or water waste management, or air quality reduction, and sustainable agriculture, or mangrove conservation, or eco-label, or sustainable building infrastructure upliftment. So these are the mentioned criteria where eco actions can be taken, and you can get a reward after it. For afforestation activity, 40% of canopy density must be the criteria to get a issuance of green credit. And the under the green credit rules of 2023, which was made in 12th of October, administrator, it has a three level of administration body, or the level how can you get a green credit. The first one is the administrator. The regulation or the research here is the administrator, and it regulates, it implements the rules, it provides the any guidelines provided for the methodology that how to calculate the green credit that can reduce the carbon or absorb the carbon emissions. And the second level is a designated agency which will issue the green credit, and the third level is like me, person, or any entity which can get a green credit. Now the issue here is, as of 2023, new amendments were taken on Environmental Protection Act, which were they removed the penal provisions in 2023 Jan Vishwas Act. To the objective of this was Jan Vishwas Act was to increase the business easiness, like ease of doing business, to remove that. So the penal provisions where a person can get under criminal liability, they removed it, and they can get under financial liability. So this was the model of India. Now, what about China? China has a green credit guidelines that is mandatory for all the financial institution, that is any commercial bank or cooperative bank or rural banks, and it is linked to a pre-investigation. Means they will do, before any loan agreement, they will do an environmental and social impact assessment, which is also aligned with principle 15 of Rio, that is a precautionary principle, and principle 17, that is environmental impact assessment. And for any high polluting industries, that is HPE, they will simply deny the credit, that any loan cannot be granted to them. So under the Chinese model, the basic enforcers of environmental laws becomes the banking agencies, that they will not grant any grant to them to conduct any kind of business or carbon emitting industry. So we have come to know the model, the key differences of voluntary and incentive based and tradable units in India versus the Chinese are state-led initiative, and it is mandatory for all the banks and any other financial instruments. It is restrictive in nature, and finance act as an enforcement of these laws, and they have a procurate PIL system, which means a judicial body. It is kind of a judicial body which works against for any person who does an act against the environment, be it state or any private entity, they will file a case against them. Now, major challenges what are in India, it is a greenwashing risk. What is greenwashing in simple terms? Like you must have seen the ads that it is 100% organic, it is PETA verified, any kind of product. But in reality, if you check the ingredients, they are not. They are not eco-friendly in nature. So that is simple terms. It is greenwashing, but interpreting it widely. Greenwash also involves fake labeling, like we have a carbon credit system as well and green credit system as well. So they overlap each other. Although in green credit rules, it is mentioned that green credit can be treated as a carbon credit, but it creates a imbalance of regulatory laws in between them. And also, if a company, like a buyer here is a CSR person, like CSR industry or a company which is doing, but under CSR as well, a company that has a net worth above or equal to 500 crores will do compulsorily CSR. But what about any company which is polluting but under 500 crores net worth, and so what does it mean? They will simply emit carbon and not to get any green credit or CSR obligations. So this is a risk of the regulatory laws in India. And then green credit has a weak monetary system. For example, I mentioned a scientific forestry department, which is the administrator, but in reality, there is a very lack of data available on the website of these green credits. And third, penal provisions are diluted, so the criminal liability is like liberalized to those industries. Then double accounting with carbon credits and green credits are also creating an regulatory arbitrage to them, and businesses can simply treat it as a business expenditure, not as an environmental obligations. Whereas in China, there are information gaps, means the high polluting industry can falsify and show the fake documents or fabricate the documents that we do have a green technology to the banks and can grant the loans. So,
Participants move to the solution.
sorry.
Move to the solutions.
Yes. So the solutions, according to me, a very sweet and simple solution can be, as a citizen of India, that any person, not even obliging the 500 crore, any simple person can do a little bit environmental behavior and can get a credit points for a citizen, and those points can be used like to visit museums or any national parks. And other solution can be a linking between like we can do a hefty pre-assessment investigations by the bank. Like in China, we can, a lesson we can learn is the Indian banks should not grant credits to those companies who are carbon emitting and energy targets. In my personal observation, I have seen that India had a 2030 energy targets. So I think these regulations are only on the paper, and to complete those emission targets, energy targets, and to restore those legal criminal liability, and to prevent this double counting of carbon credit and green credit, AI should be used here, that falsify any green credit if you already have a carbon credit. Blockchain ledger technology can be used, and carbon should be granted to those companies only which have done to a good environmental protection initiatives in the area of industry only, and not any other remote area. Any other remote area, why do I say this? Because in the 6 activities that I mentioned, any remote area we can do the environmental beneficial program and you can get the green credit. So this is again a loophole, and green technologies should be patented and universally, or it should be used. So the conclusion is the China shows the financial based control, which have a good control system, better than India, and India needs to have a stronger safeguard mechanism. Thank you so much.
Okay, in our national stock exchange for the India, there is a concept called social stock exchange introduced in the financial year 2020. So
Okay.
in that social stock exchange, if you see, there are certain enterprises or the social enterprises which got into the listed index of NSE for
Mhm.
promotion of social like credit system, where the people or the organizations or the non-profit sectors who are working towards the upliftment of the society, they get some credit. In that section there is also a portion of promotion of environment and the sustainable development. So why I'm telling this, you also need to study those NAC, SSC means social stock exchange, in order to incorporate how we can come up with such mechanism, how as India can come up with such mechanism, along with thinking of the global south or the South Asia, how the developing countries or the underdeveloping countries can come up such mechanism to reduce the waste emission making our policy more environment friendly, and to come up with the global sustainability for the future. And also, you should incorporate intergenerational equity, the concept of intergenerational equity in your paper. That's my suggestion.
Okay. Thank you so much for your feedback, sir. Can I answer that?
What?
Like, you said about the NSE. So I think there is many compliances for a company to get registered under NSE. Like it has to get some certain net worth or profit per
It's
year
not
or a
about the
turnover.
NSE. Like NSE has two stocks. Primarily, like the majority of the people know, it's about the listing of the company. But NSE in the year 2020 has introduced a social stock exchange (SSC). It is for the non-profit, not for the profit.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
you so majority of the people doesn't know. So I'm telling you to come
Yes.
up with the research, and that social stock exchange only comprises of the non-profit organizations, the
Okay.
NPOs and the NGOs.
Mm-hmm.
And there are it also has the listing criteria, like for the listing of the organizations who are working on the social segment, for the listing of the organizations for the working on the environmental segment. So how we can incorporate this type of listing into the credit based system? That's what I am asking you to revisit your paper and looked into this aspect.
Yes. Thank you so much for your feedback, sir.
All right, yeah, thank you. We can move ahead with the next participant.
Okay, so moving on to the next participant, Mohammed Fez.
Participant, you are not audible and
You're not
visible.
audible.
Yes, ma'am. Uh, my co-author will present Muhammad Safwan. Please allow him also.
It's not visible and audible.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible? I'm Mohammed Safwan here.
Yes, now you are audible.
Yeah, start without wasting any time. Yeah, start.
Sir, I am Mohammed Safwan. May I audible?
You are audible. Kindly start your
Yes, you are
presentation.
audible and visible to be. You can start.
Hello.
Start your
Hello, sir.
presentation, team. It's already exceeding the time. Start your presentation. Team, kindly start your presentation. It
You
is
can start
exceeding
with the
time.
presentation.
Okay, I believe there is some connectivity issue. Host, we can move with the Mr. Narayan if he is done.
Excuse me.
Okay, sir.
Yes. Mr. Narayan, are you done with your?
Yes, sir. Am I audible now, sir?
Yes, yes, yes. You are perfectly audible, but you are not visible. Yeah, you can present.
All
Yes, no issue. You can present. Yeah.
okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, respected sir. My name is Shumanto Narayan, and I am an independent researcher from West Bengal. My topic today is the administrative decisions and the system design. System design means the system that form the administrative decisions. And my contention is the misalignment of legal scrutiny in AI-assisted governance. Let us begin. I have divided in two parts, traditional administrative law and the digital shift in our era. In the traditional administrative law, we have seen that historically it has organized itself around the administrative decision as the focal point of legal scrutiny. when some administrative decision is challenged in the court of law, we know about it. But contemporary administration increasingly relies on digital triage systems, as we can see and as we can know. These are based on automated classification, risk modeling tools. These elements often fall outside the legal imagination, and they fall outside the purview of the judicial scrutiny, because judicial scrutiny starts when the decision comes forward. This is the doctrinal architecture and its limits. I have bullet pointed some issues. Supervisory jurisdiction. This is a case law. Doody. Doody is a famous case law from the European legal academia. And the upstream blind spot. What is the blind spot? That is my main contention, main point, that policies can be challenged, guidance scrutinized, and rigid rules identified as unlawful fettering, but these are exceptions. The baseline remains the decision, that is the administrative decision, where it comes from. Internal deliberations, file notings, preliminary classifications, system configurations are treated as preparatory. They are not seen as exercises of authority themselves. So they are outside the purview of the judicial imagination. This is a slide about comparative analysis about RoboDate in Australia and the famous SIRI in Netherlands and US welfare systems. We can see that in this case, if authority is the ability to alter someone's normative position, then system design performs authority work. But that system design remains at the back end of the administrative decision that we can see. So the administrative decision is challenged, but the system design is not challenged. Now, why the judicial review cannot reach upstream? I am not countering, or I am not criticizing the judicial eligibility. It has four parts. That is illegality. Relevant considerations may be eroded in model architecture. Irrationality. Outputs appear reasonable given the model, but the model itself embeds value judgments. This value judgment is never examined. Courts assess decisions rationally, not the model rationality. It doesn't go to that far. Procedural fairness. Duty judgment requires reasons when interests are affected. But if routing occurred months earlier, then what? Fairness attaches at the wrong temporal point. Law sees the end point, not the classification. Through that classification, which became the result of the decision. And last, the evidence problem. Courts review what authorities saw. If authorities never examine model internals, courts cannot access them either. Illegality is upstream but invisible. Now, these are the consequences of this legal misalignment or judicial misalignment. That is, it has legal consequences, it has accountability diffusion, it has evidential opacity, and it has, of course, the effects, that is the remedial thinness. The remedy is thin. Quashing orders direct authorities to remake decisions using the same pipeline unless they independently adjust models or thresholds. Now, the critical point is that this is not judicial timidity or doctrinal failure. It is the remedial design which is aligned with a model where authority sits at the point of decision. That decision, that back-end decision, is never challenged. Now, these are some counter arguments I have examined in my paper, that is delegation counter, fettering counter, relevant considerations, and institutional competence. Courts lack expertise for code auditing or statistical review. This is the most important in era of artificial intelligence. This is valid concern, but courts routinely encounter complex material economic models, environmental science, and supervise legality without auditing correctness. Same move is conceptually available. Whether institutionally desirable is a separate decision, separate discussion. Now, this is the institutional landscape. I will not be taking much time. This we all know that there are parliamentary committees, there are data protection regulators, there are ombuds offices, there are audit bodies. But automated systems redistribute authority across these technical and contractual interfaces. These institutions may be better positioned to see upstream elements, and but coordination between oversight mechanisms remains underdeveloped. And these, when they coordinate themselves and then reach the decision, administrative decision, the court's decision may be much more logical. This is the summary I have done in the era of Wettensbury era, 1980s and 2020s, and it has now zero doctrinal adaptation now, as no established administrative law category for system design as exercise of authority. It remains legally invisible till date. And this is my conclusion. This is actually I have tried to identify the problem area, and I have not done any recommendations or any conclusions yet. I think I have made some future trajectories where these administrative decisions which we face at the courtrooms or at the user level can be traced back to their algorithmic or trace their system designs backends. That is my main descriptive gap, and that is the present state of affairs. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, Mr. Narayan, I don't think I have any question for you. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, yeah, we can move ahead with the next participant host.
Okay, so moving on to the next participant, Pardeep from Department of Law, Punjab University.
Good afternoon, all of you. Can I start? May I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, you can start.
As my topic is AI driven transformation of unconventional trademarks, registration, protection, and management in India and EU. AI is revolutioning trademarks processes in India and EU by automatic searches, enhancing detection of similar trademarks, even non-traditional trademarks ones like sound, color, via computer vision, streamlining monitoring for infringement and managing large database throughout a legal hurdle remain in India regarding AI authorship, aligning with diverse cultural contexts, while the EU IPO leads with advanced tools like TMView for image comparison, creating faster, more consistent, yet legally complex system. Unconventional trademarks involve sound, smells, colors, movements, hologram, and poses raise trips challenges with the emergence of AI technology for their automated creations, analysis, and enforcement. Although the Trademarks Act 1999 of India require geographical representations under section 2 subsection 1 subsection ZB, stating non-visual trademarks with over 5.5 lakh pending applications. The EU trademark regulation UTMR 2017 allow multimodal digital filming through AI-based enhancement. EU IPO services such as TMView and eSearch Plus. In the revolution power of AI, relatively deficiencies, difficulties of bias in algorithms, delusion through deepfake proposal involving an estimation of 40 to 50% relative efficiency through the use of AI sandbox strips amendments will be explored. Based on the best practices in EU, proposal will be suggested for Indian context in consonance with National Intellectual Property Rights Policy 2016 and constitutions. Now we discuss about the legal framework in India. As per requirement for registration, section 2, subsection 1, subsection ZB demands geographical representation, permitting notations. Example, Yahoo Udal Seat Muse. Section 9 bar non-distinctive marks functionality. 9. Subclause 3 rejects technical shapes. Indian trademark registration process under the trademarks 1999 unfold through the 5 structure step averaging 12 to 18 months and 5.5 lakh backlogs. Begin with pre-filing search on IP India portal across 45 NIC classes to confirm availability, particular crucial for unconventional marks requiring geographical.
Move to the challenges and suggestions.
Right, sir. I can move on suggestions. Oh, just a minute, sir. At last, I can conclude it. AI catalyzed unconventional trademarks mainstreaming by automating the general registration and formats of complex multi-sensory marks. That is on last. Generation registration formats of complex multi-sensory marks sounds like Nokia Tune Sense, Plato, Fragrance Motions like Intel's Bumpy Lip, Hologram, Democratic Advanced Branding of SME previously constrained by manual process that favored large corporations. Indian legacy constraints including Section 2(1) subclause ZB rigid geographical representation requirements. EU-inspired eligibility demands legislative amendments to embrace AI converters spectrogram for sound, 3D reminders, IPO AI sandbox mirroring EU pre-diagnostic system mandatory prompt disclosure protocols akin to AI Act Article 13 transparency requirement. These reforms ensure equitable protections under constitutional article equality before law and article 19 subclause 1 right to practice profession trade preventing algorithm bias that disproportionately disadvantage regional marks like Bollywood jingles or Diwali modify crystal to smalls TRIPS Agreement Article 15 flexibility. A future WIPO treaty on AI trademarks issues would standardize and cross-border recognition, harmonize data flows, DPDPD Act data protection privacy bills, 2023 localization barriers, and clarify human ownership possessing India as a global IP leader as per the National IPR Policy 2016 internationally mandate. That's all. Thank you for my side.
Okay, participant, I will suggest you to mention some of the policy reports as well as the recommendations in your paper for making it
Okay.
more policy oriented specifically, because the
Right, sir.
topic which you have chosen is is related to the trademarks, and the trademarks has to be more policy oriented if you have to come up with the research.
Okay, sir.
All right, now we can move with the next participant.
Thank you.
First, we can take up Muhammad
So,
Faiz.
moving on to the next participant, Manjari Vaishnav. Okay, sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Good morning, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. You
Yes, you
can
are
start.
audible.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, respected judges and my fellow participants. Today, I will be presenting my research paper titled Child Data Protection in the Age of Surveillance Capitalism, Algorithmic Harm and Limits of Current Regulatory Frameworks. Then, today, artificial intelligence has become deeply integrated into our daily lives. Children now use AI through social media platforms, online education systems, gaming applications, and smart devices. Every click, search, voice command, and emotional reactions becomes data. Unlike adults, children do not fully understand how their information is collected, proceed, or monetized. This creates a serious legal and ethical problem. Uh, I hope you can see the PPT. My research identifies three central ideas: child data protection, algorithmic harm, surveillance capitalism. Child data protection refers to safeguarding not only identity data such as names and locations, but also behavioral patterns, learning abilities, emotional response, and social relationships. Algorithmic harm occurs when automated systems manipulated unfairly or label children academically at an early stage. Surveillance capitalism is the economic model in which companies extract human experience as raw material to predict and influence behavior for profit. The findings of a study shows that AI systems collect massive amounts of children's data from social media, educational platforms, gaming applications, and smart devices. These systems use recommendation algorithms, predictive analytics, and sentimental analysis to maximize engagement and revenue. In the process, children are psychologically targeted, pushed toward addictive content, and permanently profiled. From a governance perspective, the research shows serious weaknesses. The European Union AI Act recognizes children as a vulnerable group, and China has introduced restrictions on addictive AI services. However, countries like the United Kingdom and India rely on general data protection laws and focus mainly on technological growth rather than child specific protection. At the international level, most AI guidelines are non binding and lack enforcement. Corporate safe regulation dominates, which prioritize profit over child welfare. The situation directly violates the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Child. Article 3 requires that the best interest of the child comes first, but all algorithms are designed to maximize engagement and revenue. Article 12 guarantees children the right to participate in decision affecting them, yet they have no meaningful say in how their data is used. Article 16 protects privacy, but continuous surveillance is built into digital platforms. Article 17 obligates state to protect children from harmful content, but AI recommendation systems often amplify sensational and damaging material. The research also highlights sustainability concerns. A digital society that threats children's products cannot be considered sustainable. Surveillance capitalism contributes to long-term inequality, psychological dependency, and erosion of trust in institutions. It threatens multiple sustainable development goals, including quality education, reduced inequality, ethical innovation, and strong institutions. To address these problems, the study recommends strict age verification systems, prohibition of commercial exploitation of children's data, child-centric AI governance models, mandatory algorithm audits, and international coordination in AI regulations. As conclusion, children are rapidly becoming the most exploited group in digital economy. Current legal frameworks are insufficient to protect protect children from algorithmic surveillance and manipulation. If technology is to serve humanity sustainably, Child protection must become a central pillar of artificial intelligence governance. Thank you. Sir.
Okay, participant, you had concluded your presentation.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Okay, so specifically looking into your topic, it states the child data protection. So, what is your understanding into the surveillance mechanism when we looked into the agreements for any of the apps or applications used by the uh, by the children?
Sir, the children are casually used for some educational purpose platforms like Baiju's app. Like so many apps are there, but the permissions they ask for that beyond the purpose of the platforms. So these that means they used more data to use to commodify the data of children's as for their profit maximization.
Okay, so try to incorporate the findings from the European Union child digital management systems. Like there is a report on the child management for the digital systems. You can look into and refer those reports from the European Union and try to incorporate in your study.
Okay.
I think so.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Now we can move ahead with the next participant.
Thank you, sir.
So, moving on to the next participant, Manjari Vaishnav from Bharatiya Vidyapeeth New Law College.
Am I audible? Shall I start?
Yes, you can start.
Okay. Good afternoon,
Yes, you're
everyone.
audible and visible. You can start.
Okay. My name is Manjri Vaishnav, and today I would be presenting my paper titled Digital Sovereignty versus Decentralized Reality. In this paper, we are examining how can unified legal framework regarding virtually digital assets like cryptocurrency can work in a South Asian region and how it is not implemented yet. So here, the global finance landscape is going a significant changes influenced by distributed ledger technology. So South Asia is a country uh, which is at the center of this shift. And when we talk about the cryptocurrency and virtually digital assets in South Asian region, it is it got very mixed reaction from government. Some governments are completely banning it, whereas some governments are imposing heavy taxes on it, which creates a kind of confusion in the in investors as well as policymakers. So, in this research paper, I have come across what we call the regulatory trilemma. The policymakers have to balance between these three points to make policies regarding the cryptocurrency or virtually digital assets, that is foster rapid technological advancement, support economic health and stability, and safeguard consumers against risk. So often, government try to choose stability over these kind of digital assets, and the stability often comes with strict rules, due to which the innovation gets difficult. Now, in the geopolitics of South Asia, our research shows that South Asia is very fragmented. We have the prohibitionists like Pakistan and Bangladesh, and the cautious regulators like India. So this lack a unity, which makes the overall situation very fragmented. When we talk about digital assets in these kind of fragmented areas, it simply move from these countries due to weaker rules, and it is harder for any single nation to deal with financial risk. Now let's look at the Indian perspective. India follows a model of taxation without recognition by introducing a 30% tax and anti money laundering rules. The government has brought virtually digital assets into the legal net. However, without a clear law defining what these assets actually are, the industry remains in a state of legal jargon where the state is actually imposing taxes on it without knowing what what the rules of of these assets are. Now, in contrast to India, the Pakistan and Bangladesh have largely opted for bans to prevent capital flight. However, our paper argues that these ban-heavy approaches are often counterproductive. Instead of stopping crypto use, bans often drive it underground into a shadow market. In cases, uh, in cases of Sri Lanka and Nepal, countries like Sri Lanka and Nepal faces unique pressures. For them, the concern is purely macroeconomic. They often fear that these kinds of decentralized currency will bring the foreign reserves to outside, and their cautious approach reflects a fear that decentralized
Participant
asset
move
could.
to the participant move to the challenges and your recommendations.
Okay. So, our vision here is, sir, to deliver exceptional value through strategic innovation, collaborate partnership, and unwavering commitment to excellence. We believe in empowering organization with the tools, insights, and support needed to achieve sustainable growth and meaningful impact in their communities. So, our vision is we envision a future where innovative solution transform challenges into opportunity and which can create a sustainable value for all the stakeholders. Thank you, sir.
Okay, there is no such question for you, participant. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, we can move ahead with the next participant host.
Okay, sir. So moving on to the next participant, Mahima Rathod.
Participant, you are not audible and visible. We can move ahead with the next.
Okay, sir. So moving on to the next participant, Neha from Faculty of Law, GLS University.
You are not audible, participant. Kindly unmute yourself.
Am I audible now, sir?
Yes, perfect. You
Okay.
can start with your presentation.
Okay, I'll quickly move ahead. Very good afternoon, everyone. I'll be presenting on the topic machine-mediated vows, reimagining prenuptial agreements through AI and the digital governance. So, starting with the basic introduction, this presentation explores how artificial intelligence is increasingly entering the domain of family laws, particularly prenuptial agreements, and what this shift means for autonomy, consent, equity, and legal governance in the digital age. So, if we talk about the intimacy and the technology part, family law has traditionally been one of the most human centric areas of law. It deals not only with legal rights, but also with emotions, relationships, and moral expectations between both the spouses. However, we are now witnessing a digital transformation of legal systems, and AI is bringing use of legal drafting, risk assessment, digital support, heavily relying on the blockchain technology. What makes this shift significant is that these technologies are now entering deeply personal legal spaces, including marital contracts, areas that were earlier governed largely by human judgment and social context and the relationship between the couples. So basically, to give a background, prenuptial agreements are contracts entered into before marriage to regulate financial rights and responsibilities in the event of divorce or mutual separation. Historically, they were viewed with the suspicion and often considered contrary to the sanctity of marriage. However, as we see in India, rising divorce rates, increased financial independence between both spouses, cross-border marriages, and greater emphasis on personal autonomy with regard to the financial stability, prenups are now have become a very real reality in India. So in India, basically prenuptial agreements don't have a statutory recognition and not explicitly recognized by family laws. But when we look over the Indian Contract Act, they do consider it as a form of contract as long as it is not sidelining any of the policy which has already been created by laws. For example, limited scope of maintenance given to the partners. So courts usually consider that they rely on prenuptial agreements to know how the spouses are coming into the divorce and what was their idea behind to it. So if I talk about how AI works here, artificial intelligence are now being used to predict divorce or settlement outcomes based on the finances and how the relationship has worked. All of that could be mathematically calculated. At least that's what they have been believing. Autonomically drafting prenuptial clauses and offering standardized legal templates and storing agreements in a blockchain system as and when required. These e-contracts can work themselves into making this entire process a bit better for both of the parties. Now the problem comes here is that AI systems rely on historical legal data, and whatever answers we get might be gender biased, gender unequal, or economic imbalance. So there's a very good chance that whichever spouse has more reliability according to the data and the public view, the AI might give more preference to them. So that is one big problem here. The second here is for prenuptial agreements to be valid, consent should has to be free and informed. But AI tools operate like black boxes, complex outputs, and they appear authoritative and they assume a lot of things. This creates an informational gap between the parties, especially when one party is more technologically advanced and the other doesn't understand that much. Another very important factor here is data protection. Prenuptial agreements have financial data, assets, future plans, and even personal relationship data. And AI platforms, the problem might be that the data can be misused. There could be unwanted surveillance or lack of informed consent here. So my idea basically works on a responsible AI use. We need framework for explainable AI system. We are working towards a better blockchain technology, mandatory human oversight like nodal officers working on these contracts, regular audits, judicial review of AI assisted agreements, and we basically need AI as a supporting tool, but not exactly how we are completely relying on all of the data tools even in judicial pronunciations as well. So, just to quickly conclude, AI is undoubtedly transforming the legal landscape, including family laws. While AI can improve efficiency and access, it cannot replace human judgment in areas involving dignity and emotion. Prenuptial agreements represent a critical testing ground for AI, and it can actually be a good pilot study, and AI can actually help reinforce all of this area and make it easier for the parties at the time of the divorce. So everything relies on how you regulate it in a way that preserves fairness, consent, and human dignity. So I conclude here, sir.
Okay, so participant, have you included the latest report by the Niti Aayog in your study?
Sir, I have not put it in the part. I did not wanted to make it empirical, so I just wanted to give an overall doctrinal view of it. So no, sir, I haven't.
So even it is of doctrinal, you should include as a policy recommendation. You should look
Right, sir.
into the Niti Aayog's report.
Right,
Also,
sir.
along with the Niti Aayog's report, you can refer the report of United Nations Internet Governance Forum's report of
Okay,
the
sir.
uses of artificial intelligence in the civil policy making.
Yes,
So
sir.
you can look into and refer to the relevant portions wherever it can fits for the policy recommendations. That's all. Thank
Absolutely, sir.
you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. We can move ahead with the next participant host.
Okay, so moving on to the next participant, Arshita Sharma. Department of Law, with her co-author Shart.
A very good afternoon to the distinguished chair and the fellow participants. Am I audible and
Participants,
visible?
yes, you are audible and visible. You can start.
Yeah.
Yes, you're
So,
audible and visible.
yes, sir. The topic of my paper today is artificial intelligence as a tool for sustainable lighting and light pollution mitigation, a legal analysis. So, have we ever thought about the North and the South poles, where daylight lasts for 6 months at a time? Now, imagine this phenomena extending across the entire country and even the entire whole world. While such continuous illumination may sound hypothetical, modern society is rapidly moving towards an era of excessive and poorly regulated artificial lighting. Urban expansion, smart cities, 24-hour economies, and technological dependence have transformed night into day, and often without considering ecological balance, human health, or legal accountability. Now, this brings us to a very important phenomena uh, an important thing that is called light pollution, which is prevalent in nowadays in the modern times. Let me just bring to the chair to the slide. So yeah. So what is light pollution? Light pollution refers to the artificial light that alters the natural pattern of light and darkness in our ecosystem. It comprises of various components such as sky glow, glare, light trespass, clutter, and over illumination. So the research focus of this paper, it examines four important parts. The first is examine AI as a tool for sustainable lighting. Second is analysis environmental and legal implication. Third, reviews international and national legal frameworks. And fourth, advocates integrated legal approach or sustainable lighting. Now, coming to the impact of this artificial light on the ecological and non-ecological aspects. On the ecological front, we have wildlife. This artificial light is affecting the migratory species there, since the migratory species mostly travel in on the night, and this artificial light specifically disinterrupts their way. Now comes to the non-ecological impact. It causes human health issues like disruption in the sleep order, loss of the melatonin, which is very important for the sleep. Now, next, coming to the artificial intelligence as a tool to mitigate light pollution. The whole article is based how we can use the artificial intelligence to mitigate the light pollution. Now, AI enables real-time monitoring. For example, we have ISRO satellites. ISRO satellites, they capture, for example, if in a particular place in India where the light is emitting at a very high range. So ISRO satellites, what they can do is they can capture that particular area, and AI can be used to AI can be used to transform that particular information into data, and we can utilize that to mitigate the light artificial pollution. Now, smart lighting, for example, today this smart cities have coming into the picture, so it will definitely cause a lot of light pollution. So with the AI, we can definitely try to mitigate that thing. Third is detection and mapping of light pollution using satellite. Of course, I have covered it. Real-time adaptive control based on traffic flow, activity levels, predictive analytical for demand-driven lighting and sustainable urban planning, ecologically sensitive lighting near wildlife habitats and protective zones. So these are the areas that can be where artificial intelligence is definitely helpful to mitigate the light pollution. Now, coming to the conclusion and the suggestions, how can we mitigate and drop down this impact of artificial lighting? First is we have to enact a national law recognizing the light pollution as an environmental pollutant. For example, today we have air pollution, water pollution, noise pollution, but we have not, in India, we have not identified artificial light pollution as a pollutant. So definitely that needs to be worked. Second is issue binding guidelines as a lighting design, intensity, color, temperature, and operational hours. Third is promote AI-enabled, sensor-based, and demand-driven public lighting system. For example, today we have a lighting system that mostly focused on solar lighting that comes into the picture after in the evening, and there is no way we can control the illumination. So with the AI we can definitely control the illumination so that it will not affect the other wildlife or the these birds that definitely travels in the night. Fourth is designate ecological sensitive zones with mandatory mitigation measures. So these are some of the recommendations that we can utilize to make sure that we take a proactive steps rather than a reactive step that has been we have seen in the recent month, that how air pollution is affecting the lives of the people, that we should definitely take a proactive steps to mitigate it. And to conclude, I would say that there is an article 48A of Indian Constitution that and it is a part of directive principle of state policy that put a that mandate that the state shall take endeavor to protect and improve the environment and safeguard the country's forest and wildlife, reflecting growing environmental awareness and commitment to sustainable development. So it is the need of the hour that the government should definitely incorporate the light pollution as a hazard and take a proactive step to mitigate it. Thank you so much, the chair and the fellow participants.
Okay, participant, you had mentioned that a national policy is required. So, is
Yes, sir.
there
Yes.
any country which is having the light pollution policy on light pollution?
Yes, sir. There are many countries, for example, Spain, France, South Korea. They have yes, some. France have a separate law for light pollution. Spain has some regulations or guidelines that has to be incorporated uh, while making any building or a particular habitat.
Comparative. So, my suggestion would be make a comparative study with those countries and whether the see when we looked into the country specific legislation, there is two aspects of looking into it. First, whether those legislation and the our legislation populace met. Populace means the population. The population is workable for this law, which where we are coming up with the suggestion. For let's say Spain doesn't have same ecology as India or the South Asian nation. Can we come
Definitely.
up with those like the ecological references and the comparison like of the Spain, whatever policies the Spain has made, and as compared to the India and the other South Asian nation? In likewise manner, how much feasible those policies in the South Asian context is what I would be suggest you to looked into in your paper.
Definitely, sir. I'll incorporate them in my paper. Thank you so much, sir, for the feedback.
All right, yeah. Yes, now we can move ahead with the next participant.
Okay, so moving on to the next participant, Prisha Narayan from Indian Institute of Management. Prisha, you're not audible. Sorry, Meha Bhushan from Gujarat National Law University.
The participant, you are not visible and audible.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Just a minute, sir.
Yes, kindly share your presentation.
Yeah, just a minute. Doing that, sir.
If it is taking time, we can move ahead with the next participant and then we can call you.
Okay, sir.
The
Sure.
host, we can move ahead with the next, then we can call
So
you.
moving on to the next participant, Dr. Okay, sir. So moving on to the next participant, Dr. Minhaj Abdullah from Mahindra University.
Hello, I think I am visible and I am audible.
Yes, you can start.
Yes, you are visible
Okay.
and audible too.
Sure, that would be great. So, good afternoon, all. I'm Minhaj Abdullah from Mahindra University, and my study, the topic of my study is like visual communication ethics and IP in AI generated animation. So, this particular paper examines the ethical and intellectual property challenge emerging from the rapid adaptation of AI generated animation in the field of visual sustainability communication, not for those communication that come and go like that. But we know that this generative AI has enabled exceptional speed, scale, and creativity for producing like sustainable narratives, and it also disrupt standing assumption about authorship, attribution, moral rights, and even like accountability of those particular narratives. So the core contribution of this study is not merely identifying these problems only, but proposing an integrated policy, or I can say a design framework that align ethical design principles and adaptive intellectual property governance, especially within institutional context only. And the focus is therefore on responsible creative practices rather than like technological compatibility alone for the generative AI in this particular stream. So I just wanted to explain like why this study matters, because like AI generated animation, especially in the form of like visual narratives, has become a dominant tool in sustainability communication used by governments, NGOs, and even advocacy organizations to communicate different SDG goals, even climate actions, even social responsibility and all. And it appears lies in efficiently localization and even scalability. So, however, this technology shift has occurred faster than ethical and legal frameworks can adapt it. So, the issue such as unclear authorship, absence of like attribution, opaque training data sets, and even unregulated systematic we can say the laws or the policies are now posed as such a kind of a serious risk for this stuff. So in sustainability communication, these risks are implied because credibility and public trust are the central message for the effectiveness. When audience perceive visual narratives or ethically questionable and manipulative, institutional legitimacy is undermined. So this makes like ethical governance not just an option, but it required is essential for to be implied on this. So the core research gap, what I have found is when I studied like with the existing literature, but it addressed components of this problem, and but in a fragment and solid manner. So ethical AI research emphasizes more on like transparency and accountability, but often remains abstract and technology agnostic. And even intellectual property scholarships or discussion focus on like legal doctrine, but really engaged with like a real creative workflow. And institutional studies discuss basically for the governance, but overlook the technical realities of generative animation. So what actually is missing is the coherent integration framework that actually connect ethical design practices, IP governance mechanism, and even like institutional implementation. So this gap become particularly visible in sustainability communication. So that's why like this ethical failure directly weakens the persuasive impact of this. So the missing part is a joint approach that communicate ethics, intellectual property, and real creative practices, especially in AI generated animation stream. So the research objective and research question is while studying the three interrelated objective I have found. The first one is like it seeks to understand how ethical design principles such as transparency, attribution, even accountability, and even like human oversights can be systematically embedded within AI generated animation workflow. The second would be like critically examine why existing intellectual property and copyright frameworks are inadequate by addressing authorship, ownership, moral rights, and even like data set provenance in AI governance or AI generated animation. The third, the question that I wanted to put is that the study aims to integrate these ethical and legal dimension as the institutional level at the institutional level, like examine how organization translate abstract principles into like enforceable practices. So these research question that I need to follow during that, and based on this I studied drawn on five like.
Participant, you can move ahead to the challenges and recommendations.
Okay. So, based on these studies, five core recommendations that emerge out from the studies that the first one is there is a strong need for harmonized copyright and attribution standards for AI generated animation, especially since sustainability campaigns operate across borders. And second would be like institutions should mandate data set provenance and transparency, ensuring that audience and creators know how visual or generative AI animation can be produced. And the third one is like ethics must move upstream. So ethics by design should be embedded directly into like generative animation workflow, not treated as a like post production competence or compliance kind of a thing. The fourth one is like adaptive licensing and compensation mechanism are essential to protect like creative labors in AI mediated ecosystem. And finally, this governance effort must be supported through professional training, integrating AI ethics and IP literacy into animation and visual communication education. So looking forward, several future research directions and are really critical for this research. The first one is like the proposed framework should be empirically tested. The second is like cross culture and cross judicial studies are really essential to address global inequities in AI governance. And the third, more work is needed as audience trust. And finally, the long-term studies must be examined how generative AI reshape creative labor, authorship, and sustainability storytelling over the time. So finally, I concluded with the presentation that the study argues that the responsible use of AI generated animation in sustainability communication cannot be achieved through ethics, laws, or technology alone. It required a systematic integration of ethical design, adaptive IP governance, and even institutional accountability. So the key takeaway is that ethics and innovations are not competing forces. When properly governed, ethical frameworks enhance legitimacy, trust, and long-term sustainability of AI-driven perception. So this is the conclusion of my presentation that I have presented right now.
Okay. So participant, do you think that a separate code or separate legislation is required for the AI generated animation, or it
So
can be by default protected?
So I think like already government and governance bodies are still working on it because the AI is rapidly moving in at different streams and different segments, and it's been colonized with the segment specific sections and all. If there is an implementation in the existing available like AI policies, it may work, but it should be integrated with the adaptation and the rapid fast moving of the AI development, data set development, and new content development for different areas and different streams. So creating a different policies doesn't work, but it can be implemented in the existing policies to enhance it, and it can also govern the previous things related to like digital content creation in this stream.
There are several countries working on the ethical code of conduct for artificial intelligence generated content. So you can look into those countries' legislation. Right now, I don't have the list to provide you to research upon those countries. You can research by your own and
Okay,
look into the ethical code of conduct for the AI generated contents. There are a number
okay,
of countries working on it. None of them
definitely,
has implemented it, but the countries are working on it. So you
definitely.
can come up with the suggestions and the recommendations in line with those ethical code of conduct research, and whether those type of recommendations we can refer for the South Asian context for the countries of South Asia. So that's what my suggestion would be for your study.
Definitely,
Thank you.
that would be a very insightful suggestion, and I will incorporate it into the future recommendation and directions. Definitely, I will do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, sir.
Now we can move ahead with the next participant.
Okay, so moving on to the next participant, Meha Bhushan from Gujarat National Law University.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, am I audible and visible? I believe my screen, like slide, is also
Yes, you are
visible.
audible and
Like,
visible.
I'll have to like change from my end, right?
Yes, yes. You can go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. So, the title of my paper is Child Data Protection and Algorithmic harm, re-examining India's POCSO framework through the UN Convention on the Rights of Child. So this particular paper of mine responds to the growing but unaddressed reality that the child sexual exploitation today is increasingly mediated not only by individual but by algorithmic and the data driven digital platforms also. And this paper basically examines that how algorithmic systems and the data driven platforms are reshaping child sexual exploitation, and whether India's principal law which we have for child protection from sexual abuse, that's the POCSO Act, remains properly adequate to, when assessed against the obligations under the UNCRC, that's the United Nations Convention on Rights of Child. So when we talk about digital childhood, and there is the children today are data subjects before they are a proper legal subject, and today's childhood is properly lived online. If we see children are engaged with different digital platforms from even early ages, and they are generating extensive personal data long before they even have the senses what they are exactly generating and creating from for themselves, and they can before they control the proper use of it. And this datafication which is happening of their childhood basically enables the profiling, behavior prediction, and content amplification, often prioritizing thereby engagement over safety, because everything is done through computers, through algorithms. So everything is being done, and obviously they are just going as per the algorithm, not as per the safety norm. And hence, as a result, children are increasingly exposed to sexualized content, grooming behaviors, and exploitative interactions facilitated by such a algorithmic design rather than direct human intent. And when we talk about these algorithmic harm, the contemporary exploitation, as stated earlier, is not limited to just physical proximity or isolated acts. And the artificial intelligence enables this automated grooming, AI generated sexual abuse material, and large scale circulation of exploitative content. And this harm is full systematic and frequently invisible, and responsibility hence lies not only with the individual offenders but with the platforms, architectures, and data governance features, and the reality that current traditional criminal law is struggling to properly address. And moving on to the central research question of the paper of mine, is that whether India's POCSO framework, as stated earlier, adequately protects children from algorithmic harm and AI-enabled sexual exploitation in compliance with the CRC obligations. And the research gap basically lies in the law's continued focus on contact-based abuse, while child data protection and platform accountability are remaining peripheral in such circumstances, despite their central role in enabling the exploitation. And the methodology used in the paper is the doctrinal and normative legal analysis methodology, and the key CRC articles took into consideration for the same are Article 3, Article 16, Article 19, and Article 34, the four which are considered as the four main pillars of the whole CRC convention. And when we talk about this particular CRC convention, it definitely provides a powerful framework to address this gap which we are facing right now, and all the issues relating to children. And the 3, 16, 19, and 34, the four pillars, impose positive duties on all the signatory countries
Come to
for
the
the
solution. Come to the solution.
Solution. So the key reform proposals, when we talk about the key reform proposals, are basically talking that we have the Data Prevention Act right now, which we have got in India, the Data Protection Act, and we have the POCSO Act also. However, the Data Protection Act is just merely dealing with the consent based and the compliance based regulation, even though they are dealing with children, but in that periphery only, not for the protection centric approach, which actually is obligated from the UNCRC. And that protection based approach to regulate this problem is the like approach centric amendments are needed in the current POXO Act which we have, in order to make it properly compliant with what the challenge is arising in the ground right now, and hence so thereby making India properly actually compliant with the UNCRC principles rather than just superficially being compliant with it. So that's the main conclusion and the key takeaways.
So, participant, have you referred any policy model for any of the countries?
Yes, sir. Comparative study has been done from the like we have in EU, the European Union Digital Service Act is there, which talks about risk-based platform regulation, and the UK Online Safety Act is there, which are having the essence of regulating the algorithmic role also with regards to the children protection, child protection from sexual exploitation material. However, in India, we don't have. In India, everything is going on when the contact is made, when the person is doing anything. In that case, they aren't focusing, because obviously it's a new problem which is emerging with the growth of technology. So in POXO Act,
Participant, even with the EU Digital Service Act or the UK Online Safety Act, there are major problems where you can look into these both legislations which you are making up a comparison. They are having some of the recommendations from their committee reports. You can look into the EU European Union committee reports and looked what are the problems these legislations are being facing. And also the UK committee report, UK parliamentary report, you can see what are the loopholes or the lacunas or the gaps that this UK Online Safety Act specifically is having. Why I'm telling it, it's not only about comparing or the coming up with the global standard, it's also about coming up with the problems the global developed countries has faced after implementing those legislation. Then only we can come up with the suitable policy recommendations for the South Asia or the South Asian countries or even the developing countries concerned.
yes, sir, definitely. I've noted it down right now itself. Definitely, I'll
All
do that. It would be really be great for helping me to enhance my research. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Now we can move ahead to the next. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Have a great day.
So, moving on to the next participant, Mahima Rathore from GECRC, University Jaipur.
Chairperson, I, Mahima Rathore, along with my co-author Saurabh Sotwal, would like to present my paper titled Sustainable Energy Transition: An Interdisciplinary Analysis of International Energy Law, Environmental Sustainability and Trade. Can we move on to next slide? Okay, so as you can see from the present graph, that the global energy scenario, that the global carbon dioxide emissions have just doubled approximately from 2000 to 2025, wherein in 2000 we had just 25 tons of carbon dioxide emissions, and till 2025 we have reached till 42 tons of gigatons of carbon dioxide emissions. Now, with respect to this, I would like to point out that the emissions which we are want to focus is that we have to achieve a net zero target by 2050. And to achieve that, we are wanting to limit the warming near 1.5 degrees Celsius emissions, that is nearly half by 2035. And to continue to this, we want to achieve a target of 18 gigatons by 2035. This is the ambition of the for the future carbon dioxide emissions. Further, can we move on to next slide? Further, with respect to the global energy mix, the share of renewable energy sector although has doubled from 13% in 2000 to 30% in 2023. Yet when we compare it from the fossil fuels, we can see that the fossil fuels still are the dominative factors in the generation of the energies. Like now, as we compare it from renewable energy in 2023, it is 70%, and renewable energy is only till 30%. So with this, we want to say that the fossil fuels are still in the dominative in respect of the generation of the energy. Further, can we move on to next slide? So the present energy statistics says that the global energy demand is 620 exajoules, wherein the fossil fuel shares is 80%, renewable energy share is 30%, and the global carbon dioxide emissions till today is 42 billion tons. And to achieve this net zero target by 2050, we are not just focusing on the energy transition. Likewise, even though we are having the energy transition from renewable energy, we are shifting to the other sources of energy. Yet we need to have certain more inclusive and holistic approaches. Likewise, we can develop more policies with respect to the which can align with the net zero targets. So we need to have certain strong climate policies to achieve these net zero goals. Can we move on to next slide? Further, next again. Yes. So in this shift of global energy transition, we are not just focusing on the transitioning to the energy yet, but also certain policies and frameworks have to be designed so that they align with the energy transition mechanism and also to achieve the net zero 2050 targets. One such policy could be the carbon border adjustment mechanism. It is an innovative policy tool that integrates climate goals with international trade while strengthening environmental protection. So basically, in this policy, we have the importers of the this policy is basically developed by the European Unions. So the importers who are importing products and goods from the non-European Union has to pay the price if the if the carbon dioxide emission standards are more than the standards which are being provided by the European Union. So can we move on to the next slide?
Participant, you can move to the recommendations.
Yes, sir. Ma'am, can we move on next? Aligning these all carbon trading aligning with the net zero targets, we in India as well, we have the carbon credits, which also says that the government and the authorities sets the emission limits, wherein the carbon credits are issued. The industries measure the emissions, extra emissions are being paid by credits, and if there are lower emissions, they sell the credits. So I would like to suggest that besides just focusing on the renewable energy sectors and shifting to the other sources of energies, we would like to have such policies which develops in a very inclusive and holistic development of the clean technology. And also one more suggestion which I would like to make is that currently we have the nuclear energy which is accounting for only 10% of the energy sectors, and nuclear is one such energy which is absolutely zero carbon emission. So we need to have more emphasis on the nuclear energy programs, aligning with certain this carbon credits and policy programs to maintain that net zero 2050 targets. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any question for you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we can move ahead with the next participant.
So moving on to the next participant, Priyanshu Singh from Dr. Ram Manohar Loya National Law University.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You can start your presentation.
Good afternoon, sir, and everyone. I'm from Dr. Ram Manohar Loya National Law University. So my research article is based upon the title "Grok and the Deepfake Nudification Epidemic: AI-Generated CSAM and the NCII Through a Women's and the Children's Right Lens." So, we'll first of all we'll talk about the recent Grok scandal and the wake-up call. So, a news headline: Grok under fire for generating sexually explicit deepfakes of women's and minors. This was the headline that was the welcoming line of 2026, right? So what happened in this controversy is in late December, this X, that is earlier known as Twitter, AI, launched a new image editing feature in its Grok chatbot aimed at creating manipulations. And there was prompts like to generate sexual defects of women's and minors. There were prompts like undress her, to modify real photos by removing the clothes. And these numbers were insane. Like a Reuters analysis found over 100 attempts to create such content surfaced on X within just 10 minutes. And predominantly, which sector was majorly targeted? There was women's, young women's, and children's. Like 67%, which is like more than half of all identified child victims with CSAM in circulation, were younger infants. And in a report, it was analyzed that 20,000 images were generated by Grok between December 25 and January 1st. So these numbers are alarming enough to take down this feature or reject the user's prompts. But when we look into the accountability of these platform, we didn't find much of a response. There was an automated response as legacy media lies, and later there was a statement that safety account they added that illegal content would be removed. Okay, the regulators and child safety groups view this as a critical case for AI generated child sexual abuse material, that is AI CSAM, and deepfake misuse, because due to its combination of generative AI, platform reach, and weak protection for minors. Moving on to the technological intricacies, how it is caused and what is this AI CSAM and NCII. So, child sexual abuse material refers to sexually explicit content involving a child. Okay, now what is AI CSAM? It refers to any sexually explicit visual depiction of a child generated with an AI. So there is a belief that AI CSAM is a victimless crime because there is not involvement of a real child, right? But all CSAM, whether involving real children or created with AI, it is illegal. And okay, so for some of the methods that are producing AI CSAM include text to image to image, and in painting. Now, what is NCII? It refers to intimate photos or videos that are captured, published, or distributed without the explicit consent of the person depicted in those images. And how are these offenders like obtaining NCII? Like grooming, sextortion, capturing images without the victim's knowledge, and voided consensual capture. Now, what are the techniques and technology behind this? They are using diffusion models, generative adversarial networks, and other AI-driven image and video synthesis. There is also use of nudify apps. These are like AI to automatically create sexualized or nudified images. And the concerning fact is they use some terms like free, ethical, and best in their headlines. Also, deepfakes, an astonishing 90% of the deepfake videos found are particularly pornographic, which represent women. Moving, if we state about the harms and the alarming rise, so reportedly 90% of the deepfake videos online are sexually explicit, and 99% of them target young women and girls. There is a rise from 550% rise since 2019 and 400% rise in AI generated child sexual abuse material over 2025. And about 90% of them is non consensual porn of women. Now, It has also led to AI enabled sextortion and AI facilitated violence against women. Also, children are increasingly misusing Nudify apps to target their classmates. There are various instances of that. Also, if we look into the law enforcement and the systematic harms, the problem is that they have to go through million of pieces of content and identify children in abusive scenarios, and it becomes even more difficult when they have to determine if the content depicts a real child, the identity of a child is concealed with AI, the depiction of sexual violence is real, and there is a further strain of limited resources. Moving on to the next subsection about the legal frameworks. Here we will discuss about India, United States, United Kingdom, and European Union in together. Talking about Indian laws, Section 67B IT Act 2000 covers it. Punishes transmission of CSAM. India's IT Regulatory Act rules
Participant,
2021.
participant, no need to cover legal framework. You can move to the recommendations and suggestions.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, so, sir, I would like to mention this specific scenario which I have added. That one day this could happen to me. We have addressed the post incident trauma, but what happened, we must also acknowledge the intense fear that many experience. What if it were happen to me someday? That means in this section I have covered the anxiety of potentially becoming a victim lingers heavily in their minds, and this leads to the completely that women start to recede from these online spaces because they fear that they may face these situations which happen. And also about the society's view when a non-consensual image of a woman is published. So research shows that victims of non-consensual pornography are most likely to be blamed and viewed as sexually promiscuous. Moving on to the solutions toward a right-based AI safety by design model. Firstly, there is a need to sharply decrease the availability of these tools that facilitate this production of this kind of content, and for that technical solution is to remove child sexual abuse material, all of these content from the training data and models from which the AI is being trained. The second solution is to detect a deepfake and child sexual abuse material detection methods. Some AI systems can be trained to recognize inconsistencies like unnatural lighting, distorted pixel patterns, or facial motion inconsistencies. And also, there are tools like Microsoft Photo DNA, which uses hash matching technology. And there is an organization called Stop NCII, which reports these incidences. And lastly, which is most important, is comprehensive sexuality education programs that integrate digital literacy are like it is essential for fostering respect, consent, and accountability, thereby preventing non-consensual intimate images and digital harassment. Addressing these issues would help. And at conclusion, I would say, from Grok to the next tool, every platform must choose innovate safely or be held accountable. The choices belong to this industry. And then, therefore, in my paper, three critical gaps are being identified. First of all, the statutory silence surrounding synthetic child sexual abuse material and deep fake non-consensual intimate images. Second, weak and fragmented obligations imposed on intermediaries and AI providers. And third, lack of a unified right-based framework prioritizing the sexual autonomy dignity. That's all from my side. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Priyanshi, there is some report on like the uses of AI for sexuality, specifically done by the United Nations Women. Okay, UN
Yes, sir.
Women. So you can
Yes,
look
sir.
into those reports, how, what are the probable solutions those report can suggest specifically. You can look into the recommendation sections, and also for the child abuse and the like AI abuse of the children, you can look into the UN report of UNICEF specifically. So the
Okay,
refer
sir.
to these reports, it would be much wider and also like you will be interested to look that how the policy making is going on, because in one end we see west as a more commercially motivated, policy oriented countries, and as compared to the Asian regions or the South Asian or the global South, we see it is much exploitative. So
Yes.
so these two aspects can be looked into in your paper.
Okay, sir. Surely I will incorporate that.
All right, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Now we can move ahead with the next host.
Okay, sir. So moving on to the last participant of today conference, Prisha Narayan.
Parisha,
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. So, due to technical issues, I'm unable to upload the PPT. I also shared it with the host, but she is also unable to upload the PPT. So, will it
okay,
be
no issue. You
okay?
can present without your PPT. You can turn on your camera and present your presentation.
So, the issue is that I'm also unable to turn on my camera, and I had previously checked my Wi-Fi before joining the meeting, but I don't know what is happening right now, and I'm not able to turn on the camera or upload the PPT. I have conveyed the same to the organization as well. Like I've sent them the screenshots that it is just not possible right now.
Okay, then within just next 2 minutes, if you can share the output, whatever the research you can do, then only I can look into.
Uh, Pardon, I did not get your point. Like, do you want me to deliver just the? So, is my camera on? I think it's on now.
I can't see. Yeah, yeah, it's on. Yeah. Just deliver the basics of your paper, whatever you had researched upon.
So, let's say I wanted to start with a quote that the real danger is not that computers will begin to think like humans, but the real danger is that humans will begin to think like computers. It is a quote by Sidney J. Harris, and the real question of my paper is, as AI driven e-commerce grows, are we governing data in a way that as a consequence? Every click becomes data, every pause becomes a prediction. The problem is not visibility or accountability. So, India's constitutional, how India sees it. India's data protection stories begins constitutionally. The Supreme Court recognized privacy as a fundamental right under Article 21. Privacy here is not agency, it is autonomy, dignity, control over personal data. And this judgment transformed how data protection moved from a compliance issue into a constitutional obligation, even for private actors. And then in 2023, when we had a DPDP Act, it reflected how constitutional shift. It deliberately used the language of data fiduciaries and data principles for trust in the business aspect of the people as well. In AI-driven e-commerce platforms, they now exercise enormous power to decide how these decisions are made or why they are treated differently. This creates a deep informational asymmetry, power without visibility, and accountability without explanation. So, consent is the backbone of e-commerce. Consent is the backbone of e-commerce. of of the DPDP Act 2023, but in practice it often becomes an illusion. Users click I agree, I accept all cookies, not because they choose to, but adoption. So AI systems can draw inferences from users which the users never explicit. This means algorithm harm is usually discovered after exclusion, discrimination, or unfair pricing has already happened. So rights become reactive rather than preventive, whereas it should be the other way. So when we compare from the European Union or the United States, the EU treats AI governance as rights protection through risk-based regulation. The USA prioritizes innovation with ex-post controls. India sits in middle. It avoids rigid rules but carries enormous
Okay, host participant has left.
Sir, she has some network issue.
Okay, no issue. We can conclude the event right now then. There's no issue.
Okay, so as we conclude this session, I, Sanskriti Gupta, as a host, would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who made this event a success. First and foremost, a sincere thank you to esteemed panel judge, Mr. Dipendu Das sir. Your presence and your invaluable insights have truly enriched the session. We also extend our deepest thanks to the Center for Development of Intellectual Property and Research and the Naovina Foundation for organizing this platform. Our gratitude also goes to our international collaborators, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, and the Global Entrepreneurship Network for their support in making this global dialogue on sustainability possible. A huge congratulations and thank you to all the presenters for sharing their innovative ideas and research on AI and creativity. Your contributions are vital for a sustainable future. Finally, thank you to our audience for your active participation and engagement. With this, we officially conclude the session of the International Conference 2026. Thank you all for joining us and have a wonderful day ahead.
Okay, thank you everyone. We can conclude this session now.
Thank you so.